Hello, everyone. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you again on both channels, YouTube and Facebook, as well as hutchesweather.com. A tornado warning has been issued for Stutsman County, north of the Jamestown area for that rotating storm we talked about. If you're at that Spiritwood area, that's heading in your direction. Let's get right to the latest on the radar as we take a look at what's going on. We do have that tornado warning in effect. There's looks like two separate boxes here because we got two different Weather Service offices dealing with this. It does sneak into Barnes County. So our friends over at the National Weather Service office in Grand Forks have included western and northern parts of Barnes County, as well as northern parts of Stutsman County, north of Jamestown. This does not include Jamestown proper. For this thunderstorm moving northeast, it's moving at only 13 miles per hour, maximum hail size, count them, 2 inches. This storm has a history of 3-inch hail as it moved over Jamestown, right in town. Eccleston and Urbana are in the path of the storm. We have a thunderstorm down by Montpelier off to the west. That's moving towards Jamestown. Let's go ahead and tear this storm apart, take a look at the single site radar data here so we can diagnose. Now, I want to point this out right now. There's this little area in the storm here. And bear with me because it's a hard time for me to see and point at what's going on, but I'm going to do my very goodest. There's a donut in the storm right here. This is called a hook echo, like a fish hook right there on my finger. That area right there. That is most likely where the rotation is. Rotation of the updraft into this storm and up into the sky. That spinning motion spirals and centrifuges out the heavy stuff like hailstones and rain. So around it, we've got a core of rain and hail wrapping around. That is one of the classic signatures of a tornadic thunderstorm that is working its way through. So now as we use that information to move the storm north at only 15 or so miles per hour, let's go ahead and diagnose where it's moving and what communities might be in the path of this particular storm. It's moving in the general direction of Leal and Rogers, but let's go ahead and start this track. Let's see if I can do that over here. Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. I'm using a very small screen. I'm on the road on vacation and covering storms for you here with all of the tools that I have at my disposal. It's only moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour. I'm going to give it a little faster movement. And the reason I'm doing that is because there's a delay in the radar data that I'm analyzing right now. So because of that, Hutch has learned over the years, you got to add a little bit of time for that. Leal, 922 for you, 933. That storm should be in the general vicinity of Rogers. Again, Leal, 922, and Rogers, 933. So if you're in these areas, it's a good idea to seek shelter in that interior room and on the lowest floor. If you have a basement, that's great. Now, if you live in a manufactured home, you're in a mobile home, or if you are in a camper, if you're out at Spiritwood, this storm is going to pass just to the south of you. You could have the rain and hail out at Spiritwood Lake, but this is a very dangerous storm. New tornado warning now for Montpelier, brand new from the National Weather Service. Let's get the details on this one. This is a tornado-warned storm that's moving right towards Montpelier. You can see the same thing, that little hook shape to the echo out there. It's moving east at 21 miles per hour. Look at the hail size with this bugger. 2.75-inch hail is redonky-donk, and that hail is on its way to the Montpelier area. So if you're in Montpelier, this storm moving at 21 miles per hour, the rotating part of the storm right here where the bite is taken out of it, I'm going to analyze that. And we'll go ahead and manual track that rotating core right here, the leading edge of it, moving it off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. And it'll be there by 9:02. So you got some time in Montpelier, but if you're in rural areas to the west of Montpelier, a very dangerous storm is out there with a tornado warning. It's a radar-indicated tornado warning. It has not been observed one on the ground, but the rotation is tight. And let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. Bear with me while I read my small screen here and turn this over to velocity. We're looking at this from the area. Well, here we go. Right near Montpelier and down to the south, we have some spin in that storm there on the south side. So it's right where we were drawing it. And we do have another little couplet showing up in brighter colors right off on the southern side of the storm as well. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But we have 2 tornado warnings in our area. North of Jamestown is tornado warning number 1. That tornado warning is in effect until 9 o'clock. Brand new tornado warning for you folks in the Bismarck area, just off to your west in Morton County. I'll get to that momentarily. You can see it way out here on the far side of Hutch's screen. If you are in Eccleston and Urbana, this tornado warned storm in the Jamestown area, north of Jamestown, has a 2-inch hail possibility. It also is going to come with gusty wind to around 70 miles per hour or more. So a dangerous storm. Not everybody's getting a tornado. Not everybody's getting the large hail to 2 inches in diameter, and not everybody's getting the gusty wind. But isolated places within this band are going to see that potential from this thunderstorm. Now let me take you out to the Bismarck area. To do that, we'll go out over here. We got a new tornado warning, Almont out there, southern Stutsman County, south of New Salem, Sioux. We have a tornado warning in effect. This puppy says it's moving east at 67 miles per hour. That might be out to lunch. I'm not certain it's moving that fast, but let's go ahead and switch the radar data over here to the Bismarck radar site here, which is out by Lincoln on the south side of town here. And we should be getting data in any moment. What we're looking at is the velocity data here. Storm relative velocity is what SRV stands for. And what it does is it adds in or subtracts out the motion of the storm so we can get a better look at what this storm is actually producing. It appears that I am getting some messages, so while I'm waiting for the radar to load, I'm just going to have to load up the ordinary radar data here, I believe. There we go. So this storm here, you can see this backward C shape. I'm going to try to pull my body up here so I can point at what I need to. This big backward C shape is called a bow echo. Along that bow echo is some embedded tornado potential along this storm. There's one bite taken out of the storm here. That very well could be where the rotation is. I was not able to quickly pull that up. Suffice it to say, the core of this storm is moving mainly in the southern parts of Morton County, south of Interstate 94. This line of storms is moving right into, well, you and Carson, Flasher, Sioux County. This whole line of storms along and in specific points at times, we're going to get gusts of wind that will be ridiculously high. The National Weather Service has already clocked winds from this line of storms over 80 miles per hour as it works its way off to the east. So if you happen to be in rural portions of Morton County, south of New Salem, Sioux, does that include you folks out there at the Lake Almont? Yeah, Glen Olin. Yep, those areas. Glen Olin, you have hail core out in your general area. A thunderstorm warning continues for you. Carson, a thunderstorm warning continues for you. The wind gusts down here measured too, by the way, south of Elgin in southern parts of Grant County, and that is a 71 mile per hour hairdresser right there. Moving south of Lemon, South Dakota, this is a hail core. This storm here looks like it's capable of some pretty serious size hail. The storm warning is for 2.5 inch diameter hail. Tonight, folks, the energy in the atmosphere is real. This storm is moving east at 52 miles per hour. So this line is really accelerating and moving very fast. So it's going to be moving towards Bismarck at a pace of about 50 to 60 miles per hour. If you're in Bismarck, this line of storms right now, I can start the line here, and here on the west side near Mandan, it's 20 miles away, and it's moving at about 50 miles per hour. It will be there in less than 30 minutes on the west side of Mandan. So if you're up on the hill on the west side of Mandan, prepare for some very gusty wind potential from these storms as they punch their way in your general direction. Tornado warnings, 3 of them, one in Morton County there, south of the Glen Olin area, south of New Salem, Sioux. We also have 2 tornado warnings that are impacting different portions of Stutsman County. Okay, so the far southern part of the county here heading into Montpelier is a tornado warned storm. You should be seeking shelter. Also, we have a tornado warned storm that's now crossing the county line from Stutsman County into Barnes County. These warnings are in effect. The top one here near Spiritwood is in effect until 9 p.m. And the bottom one down here near Montpelier is in effect until 9:15 p.m. So that's what's going on there. There is no further development yet. Many models did show that this line that we see along Interstate 94 would orient itself east to west and move north. That hasn't happened yet, but it's still a possibility that we see plenty more development as the south winds kick in and kick more moisture into the system. Out to the west, that's a linear storm that's going to make its way through and blow through, and the wind potential from that, you can already see all of these blue icons on the screen Those are all wind reports from out west. Now, while the radar is displayed up here, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, and I am going to let you continue to look at the radar. I'm going to look at some of the messaging that you have shared with me so far on this update. Thanks for watching on my Facebook channel. I'm seeing stuff going on, and I do got to tell you, I'm using a server here as far as my internet connection, and I'm not certain that it's as high a quality as I'm used to using with my office system, but I hope things are looking okay. Please let me know in the comment section if things are looking okay. If you're seeing a lot of hangups, I will go on one channel at a time, but right now I'm multicasting on all my channels: YouTube, hutchesweather.com, and Facebook. No matter what your poison you pick, I'm trying to dash in places too. I'm hearing from you that thank you for your stars, you guys. I'd appreciate it. So throw me some feedback. Let me know. Hey, Rebecca, good to have you on my YouTube channel. Dolan, AA Dolan, appreciate you very much. Carol, thanks for watching. And Euclid. Wade, thanks for watching. Your vacation is going well. You know what? I'm working, but I love what I do. And unfortunately, sometimes weather hits when I'm not around. This time, I'm able to help and I'm able to cover. If I'm not, I will tell you, so you know you need to get that weather information from a reliable source. So thanks for watching on my YouTube channel. I'm not answering some questions. Kenny Iverson looks great here. Hutch, send some of us that sun. Thank you, Kenny. Where are you located? Let me know where you're watching from. Things looking smooth over on YouTube, says Dozier. Thank you so much. Brian says, happy Friday. Oh my goodness. I'm happy it's Friday too. Things are looking good. Shall we go over the forecast real quick? The pressing concern right now is the fact that glad to have you with me, Justin. Thanks for watching. Only Weatherman I trust. Thank you for your trust. And I don't take it lightly. A couple of things. This line of storms out to the west was not necessarily in all the models. And what's going on here, not necessarily in the models, but the timing is almost perfect. Many models showed these just getting started at about 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock here in the Red River Valley and slowly migrating north. You are not out of the woods in Devil's Lake and Grand Forks, although right now things are just going on here. So we'll keep you posted. Tornado warning as storms are racing toward the capital city. Let's get a front row seat. Now, there's another fancy thing that I have not used in a long time, brought to you by my friends at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather System. It's a network of instruments, and you can go to their site, search ENDON, and check out their information. Tonight, what I'm going to specifically use is their cameras, because they do have a network of cameras that will show us what things are looking like in different areas that could be impacted. They have a very dense network across North Dakota, and a network that is pretty formidable and growing across portions of eastern Montana, as well as western Minnesota, right here in our kitchen, right? Look at the edge of the Hettinger storm. This one was producing some 3-inch diameter hail, produced some 70-mile-per-hour winds, and I don't think that we get too many views. This is Fairfield from the ENDON site. You know where that is, right off of the Interstate 94 corridor there in western North Dakota. So I want to close that and go back to the menu here and see if we can get some a little bit closer to the James River Valley. All right, we got dark clouds and beach. Yep, there's some, oh my goodness, look at Carson. Grant County, this is that line that's making its way toward the Bismarck-Mandan area. This is the tornado warned storm that is crossing into Morton County. Carson is in Grant County, so it's not too far from that. This is a supercell thunderstorm. It looks like it's menacing. It's got that whisker look to it on the bottom, and that Shelfie McShelferson cloud there is rocking its way in. Thanks to my friends at ENDON for this wonderful network of cameras, helping us keep you informed in dangerous situations. Now you can see what are called striations on this that indicate that there is a little bit of a possibility of some rotation. I'm going to pop up here. Hello, everybody. There it is. You see that little narrow thing that looks like a corkscrew going across there? These storms are rotating, folks, so there's a dangerous storm there moving into the Carson area. We're able to visualize that thanks to my friends at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. Now, we got sunshine returning out in Beach, and out in Sentinel Butte, same thing goes. There's Pretty Rock. Well, it ain't looking so pretty to me. It looks pretty heavy rain. Look at this monster cell down here. Oliver County, okay, approaching the Bismarck area. There's some low-hanging scud clouds and the like, and a thunderstorm cluster right there that you can see as you're looking west into the storm moving towards Ottertail, New Salem, Sioux. It's time to utterly seek shelter Okay, storms have moved past you guys, but you can get the point there. We do have a menacing looking cluster of cells not far from you as well. Pick City, see if I can find the James River Valley here as we look at what's going on there. Cedar Lake, scrolling through, looking for wild looking clouds, and we got plenty of examples. Wolford is just crazy. That's an awesome look at the sky. Sawyer, Wing, Tuttle, Pettibone, we're looking around. Okay, look at this. This is Ypsilanti. Folks, this is a tornado-warned storm. Right now, you're currently looking at this from Ypsilanti. The tornado-warned storm that's moving in that general direction of Montpelier, this is a wall cloud. So thunderstorms have a flat base. Flat base, rising air rises as it cools to its dew point, shazam. It makes a cloud at a flat level. That's why thunderstorms have a flat base. This is a lowering of the cloud base, and if it's rotating, this is called a wall cloud, but not all wall clouds rotate. If it's rotating, and I can't see from a still image, but if it is, then that puppy is capable of producing a tornado. So wall clouds are where most tornadoes from strong thunderstorms or supercells come from. That's what you're looking for. Notice that we can see clearly that there's light behind the storm, and that is the rain-free base, the updraft part of the storm. Tornadoes form in the updraft part of the storm most often, so you get this clear view. Now, you see a rain shaft right over here falling down from that storm, the Ypsilanti view, incredible out there in western North Dakota right now. Let's see if I can F5 that and load it up. Nope, I can't, so I just switched the camera. Okay, so that's what's going on in Ypsilanti and southern parts of Stutsman County. It's looking kind of ugly. Fargo right now, this is a look from North Fargo. We got some gray skies out there. You know what's coming. There's some storms out there out west of us. We'll see where they meander tonight. Now let's see if I've got any other cells that I can take a look at. That looks like about it. So I'm doing my best to keep you covered here with different tools in the toolbox. Here's a look at the tornado watch that is in effect as we head through the overnight hours until 3 o'clock in the morning. Western Minnesota, including Otter Tail and Becker counties. It also includes Mahnomen and the Norman County area, Polk County, all the way through, let's say, Marshall County, Minnesota, right up to the border up there in Kennedy and Kitson County. Look at this. All of eastern North Dakota. This is all the way from the lake here, Lake Sakakawea. We're talking Washburn and the Underwood area, rather, and it goes all the way down into Bismarck, straight south of there, right into parts of northern South Dakota. And if you look closely, I believe we're seeing Roberts County, South Dakota, Brown County, South Dakota, all the way out towards the Mobridge area. We do have these storms. So Harriet, Eureka, Leola, all in the tornado watch as we go through the overnight hours tonight, all the way till 3 in the morning is the extent of the tornado watch. After that, the threat will more likely be gusty straight line winds as we go through. So one more look at the tornadoes and what's going on the radar. Let's continue our coverage as, that was weird. My computer just kind of flashed on me, so hopefully I'm still on. Two distinct tornado warnings. We'll start with the south one. We were looking at this from Ypsilanti. So right in the storm, right here on the south side. Montpelier, the tornado warning continues for your area. Let's see if I can get the velocity data loaded up this time. It wasn't being very cooperative the last time I looked, but let's see what we got. Trying to get it from the Mayville radar. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got 2 tornado warnings now out near Bismarck as well. Let's go to the Mayville radar. It's loading up. Hallelujah. All right. So here's the location of oh my goodness. This is one very hot display. You got very bright reds showing motion away from Mayville, North Dakota, next to very, very bright greens. This would indicate some extreme spin right next to each other. There's no 0 point in the middle. It's just fast wind moving toward and away from the radar. Right here is where the tornado is. Oh my goodness. So we do have I would be surprised if one is not on the ground with this thing. Let's see what the latest tornado warning says. It's a observed tornado on the ground. Sanborn, Rogers, you are in the path. So spotters have observed this tornado, 2-inch hail, moving east at 21 miles per hour. If you are in Sanborn, I apologize, or Rogers, this is a tornado that is on the ground. You can see where it is right here, the radar display showing the rotating core, and it's not light or easy rotation. This is strong rotation with this particular storm. So I got to get my right tool out here. And here is a look at the storm moving east. It's only moving at about 21 miles per hour. The rotating part of the storm is most likely to go into Sanborn, but if you're in Rogers, you should all be seeking shelter. Interior room, lowest floor, sturdy structure. If you do have feedback for us, just let us know what you're seeing. But again, now is the time to seek shelter, not run outside and take pictures. There are trained Skywarn spotters doing that job right now. Confirmed tornado on the ground in Barnes County right now. You can see it's crossed out of Stutsman County, moving into Barnes County right now on the county line, moving towards Sanborn. It's right off of I-94 and down south of I-94 near Montpelier. We continue to see tight rotation on the very south fringe of this particular storm. And if we take a look, this tornado warning is for a radar indicated storm moving east at 20 miles per hour. And we have 2.75-inch hail. It's about baseball size, folks. We did get some 3-inch hail reports in the town of Jamestown, and that was shared with us earlier, and I do have images of that. A new tornado warning has been issued north of Bismarck. We're looking at Oliver County. We're looking at that center area in Oliver County, and there is a very tight couplet showing up on the south side of this particular storm as well. So if you are in that Highway 85 corridor here going through the central part of the state, 83 corridor rather, make sure that you're seeking shelter in that interior room. There is the rotating part of the storm where the reds and greens are right next to each other, and it's moving off to the east. That movement is going to take it toward the Wilton area and the Highway 85 corridor north of Bismarck. Right now, as we take a look for Bismarck itself, we do have some stout thunderstorm activity in Almont, and it's working its way out in toward the Bismarck area. But right now, it's south of New Salem, this tornado warned storm. If we take a closer look at the radar here, I'm going to zoom right in. This really looks like an outflow kind of dominant storm. In other words, there's a lot of wind moving towards Bismarck. All this green that you see here is motion towards Bismarck. There are a few places on the leading edge that have some rotation at times showing up. And let's see what this tornado warning is. Also a radar indicated tornado. So this storm right now has that risk of the rotation, but the very gusty wind potential with the storm. I'm going to measure the wind gusts, not the tornado right now. So keep that in mind. I'm looking at velocity data, but it's slightly different than the last I was looking at. As I analyze this storm here, what you're going to see moving towards Bismarck, Mandan, Lincoln, also down on the 1806 and 1804 corridors here as we go through time. The red area is motion away from Bismarck and the green is motion towards. So I can actually look right into the storm and see the winds that are going to be blowing from west to east and how fast they are. Can you see some of these speeds here? Let's see. 56 mile per hour outgoing winds and incoming winds of 1 to 2 miles per hour. Okay, so we do have very, very strong winds, but they're outgoing with the storm. So on the backside of the storm, some very gusty wind potential taking place with these storms. If I go ahead and load up a look at what's going on with the latest on the, well, let's go with a look at the latest wind gusts that have been measured around the region. I'm gonna suffer pulling that up right now, so I'm just not going to. Let's go ahead and pull back on the radar. Here's the radar data. I'm gonna pop up some temperatures right now. We got hot, humid air feeding into these storms as we speak, and temperatures of 82 in Bismarck, 81 Fargo. It's 84 down here in that Foreman area, and it's 88 in Sisseton and Twin Cities. Hutch is sitting at 84 degrees. So we have hot, humid air blowing up from the south. Dew point temperatures are quite important, and where we see 70s, this air is laced. That's like Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America, whatever name it is. Well, it's very humid air. So we got 70, dew point 75 in the Sisseton area. So that's the energy for these thunderstorms to form, and that adds to the buoyancy of the atmosphere. It also adds to the low levels of the clouds that are working their way out there. So we do have those active tornado warnings, humid air rushing into those storms, feeding them. And the wind gusts, the latest wind gusts measured across the region, 25 to 30 miles per hour, but look what's going out here in Garrison, a 53 mile per hour gust right now. as those storms are on their way into your general direction. And they are. Yep, windy thunderstorm, 53-mile-per-hour gust measured at Garrison. That line of storms moving towards Washburn. A warning has been issued for a huge area that includes all areas off to the east of Garrison here, also east of Washburn, inclusive of Washburn, for gusts of wind to 70 miles per hour. Not everybody in that whole box is going to see 70-mile-per-hour winds, but some may. So keep that in mind. 70-mile-per-hour winds on the north side, rotating thunderstorms, and a huge line with this backward C shape, which is called a bow echo. And that bow echo right here making its way into Bismarck indicates to Hutch that air is going to be in a hurry. And along that bow echo line, we can have what are called, it's a big meteorological term, but QLCS tornadoes, and they could be strong as well. So spin-ups along this line are totally going to be a possibility as we go through, but the backward C shape you see right here, that's indicative of some gusty winds. Those could be in excess of 70 miles per hour as they make their way toward the Bismarck area. 1-2 tornado warnings continue as you look into the I-94 corridor here in Barnes County, just off to the west of you folks in Valley City. So let's get into that storm one more time and we'll show you. This storm is growing and heading towards the Fargo area at this time, moving east, but it's moving fairly slow right now, and it's kind of meandering along the warm front. We do have the tornado report by a storm chaser with an initial touchdown 4 miles west-southwest of Spiritwood. Tornado was reported on the ground. This storm is moving towards Valley City and Sanborn. First, let's go to Sanborn. You are in the tornado warning. This tornado warning is in effect until 9:30 for the next 27 minutes. The rotating part of the storm is moving along and north of Interstate 94 right now. And again, not moving at a very fast clip, only 20 miles per hour. Let's see if I can get some velocity data loaded up here. I'm sorry for the delay and reading off a different screen than I'm used to. So I'm trying to read. There it is. So we'll load up the velocity data. This had the very bright couplet on it, and it does have it continues to have a bright couplet on it. And what we're seeing here is inbound winds moving into the Sanborn area. There is rotation that continues to be quite strong over, you see this Highway 52 sign and Interstate 94 sign. It's right in that area. So if I go ahead and turn my telestrator on, Hutch, that might help. So we got wind blowing away from the radar over here. Let's see if I can turn that telestrator back on. Wind blowing away from the radar here. Wind very fast blowing toward the radar here and here. Okay, so likely we got that tornado right near the interstate, right in this area. Let me see. I've got other tools here I'm going to use right now that are a little bit different than usual. So let's go ahead and analyze this, and we're going to look at if there's any debris that is showing up right now with this particular storm. You're looking at the similar types of targets that we have, and if debris gets spewed in the air, target A might look a lot different than target B, and we're sending out both horizontal and vertical oriented pulses. So if we have a different amount of energy returned from one spot, we know that that target is not a nice round hailstone or raindrop. I'm not seeing evidence of low target similarity. It's all fairly high target similarity at this particular level of the atmosphere. I'm going to go up a little bit. Oh, look at what's going on near Sanborn, and a little bit lower up to the north of the interstate. So that's one thing we can look at, and I'm going to look at another thing, and this is difference of the target. And a lot of times, if targets have different energies, it can be attributed to, and what we'd be looking for here is red to debris being picked up in the atmosphere. So we could have a gust front blowing some debris up in the air too. I'm not sure what we're looking at as we go into the Sanborn area, but let's go ahead and take a look at the DOT cameras that we have in that particular area right now. So I'm going to load that up on the radar here or on the site, and we'll take a look at what we have from those sites. And I want your feedback. So let's go and I'm going to switch this over to the ordinary radar view. Tornado warning, another tornado sighting here by the public. Spiritwood, 2 miles east-northeast. This is a public report. Another tornado warning from a storm chaser. Initial touchdown was at 8:40. This thing has been on the ground for some time, and if it still is, then that's very impressive. So a fairly long-lived tornado. Most tornadoes last only a few minutes, and they track only a few miles. And when we get a strong storm with very tight rotation, that can be a little bit different. So we'll go ahead and keep our eyes on this particular storm. That storm warning is for the Sanborn area. Let's get to the radar data here. And there it is. So you can see that this little bite taken out of the storm is approaching Sanborn right now. So it's not too far from the Sanborn area, the rotation. There's another bite taken out of the storm on the backside as well. So that particular cell has a couple of areas of concern. Let's go ahead and take a look at the southern storm here real quick too. Got to turn my telestration off so I can zoom in. So this Montpelier storm has hail. Montpelier points south heading towards Marion. This tornado warning is basically a radar indicated tornado warning. We don't have a confirmation of it. 2 1/2 inch, no, 2 3/4 inch diameter hail possible from that cell. If you have a report of hail, go ahead and upload your details to hutchesweather.com. Your photos are welcome here, and I'll pass that information along to the Weather Service. New thunderstorm warning for Mayville. If you're in Mayville, we have a thunderstorm that's rapidly developing over Clifford and Galesburg right now. This storm is moving to the northeast at only 24 miles per hour and will contain the potential in isolated locations right now for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in the area of Steele and Trail County borderline here as we go right off into the area of Galesburg and Clifford. They'll be moving right toward Mayville in the upcoming minutes. So again, with the movement of this storm only at 24 miles per hour, we can draw the hail core, the leading edge of the hail core right here, and moving northeast at about 24 miles per hour, we'll put it in Clifford by 9:10 and Mayville by 9:34. So in these areas, seek shelter. And these storms are forming in an environment tonight that's very spinny, and they could produce a chance of a tornado. We have a couple active tornado warnings continue. Bismarck, Mandan, brace yourself. Storms that are gusty and likely gusty are making their way right into town at this time. Let's go to our view of the cameras right now, and we're going to start with the capital city area, and then we'll look up on the highway 200 corridor. So let's go right now. Thanks for your dings and bells. I hear them. I think that means we do have some good information coming in. So I'm going to check pictures and see. I'm trying to keep track of, oh boy, we got some more wonderful pictures approaching Holly at 8:50. Thank you, Bernadine, for your photo. It looks like we got some huge hail, 3.5 inches in Jamestown. We're going to go look at that too. I'll show you everything I'm getting here, folks, as we get the opportunity to show you these photos. Make sure I'm doing things right. Yes, I'm trying to approve these photos in real time here on the air. So I'm doing this now because I'm going to show these to you shortly. So thank you for all of your input. Unbelievable hail in these cells. And a lot of you are sending me messages on my channels and whatnot, but if you put the comments that you have in the feed, I have a small chance at seeing them. I'm not using my standard system, but thanks, Barbara and Patty, for your support of stars. Alicia says, any clue when this hits Wishick? Wishick, that line is moving into Bismarck now. It'll cross over the Missouri River Valley, and then it's going to head on toward that the Ashley, Wishick area, Napoleon, and all of you. So you're next. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. It isn't going to be an awful long wait for you, those gusty winds heading your way. Reed Timmer covering the tornado live. Okay, large wedge tornado. It's rain wrap. Thank you for that. I can't share Reed Timmer's video, but I can tell you that he's impressive. He's got a great ability to chase stuff, and thank you very much. I hope that you're keeping up with the latest on what's going on right here. So let's go ahead. Now that I can see your comments here, I'm going to look at a couple more. Thank you for watching as well on my YouTube channel. Hey, if you haven't done so, hit the subscribe button. Jody Simmons says, looking good. And Jody, you're looking good, my friend, and congratulations to your Kansas City football Chiefs. They're beating my Broncos up lately, but we'll try to get back at you. Savea, thanks for watching. Everyone stay safe tonight. Spiritwood Storm, Chad, thank you very much. Urbana, huge rain wrap tornado. Thank you, Katie, for your update there. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what we can see from our DOT cams. That's where I want to go next, and I'm going to do that right now. Now, these are made to look at to go ahead and keep looking at the road conditions, okay, but not necessarily what we see from what's going on, on up in the sky. But meteorologists, we like to look in the sky, but it is a toolbox, and let's go ahead and see if we can see. We'll start in the capital city right now. This is a look at what's moving its way into the Bismarck area right now. These storms blowing into western Morton County. Let's go to I-94 on the west side. I-94 west side of Mandan. See, I'm trying to open that camera up. I think maybe my bandwidth is getting a little bit robbed here. I'm at a site where a lot of people are. Let's go ahead. Darkening skies out there west of Mandan. That's the windy thunderstorms heading your way. As we go right into the bridge area here, south side of town, we're going to see that Bismarck Expressway area, we got some darkening skies from the west. Prepare for real gusty winds. And you know what? Trampolines. So I'm going to do a trampoline alert with this particular system. Here you can see it from the Mandan Main Street. Look at that dark sky out to the west coming into town right now. Tornado warnings continue north of town, by the way. So I'm going to sneak up and take a look at the cameras up in that Oliver area if we do have one. It does not look like I have one that's too good or too close, so that's way out there. Washburn might be the closest one that I can get to. And Washburn, you got that line moving towards you with windy thunderstorms. There is a sweet look at that low base of the thunderstorm making its way into central parts of North Dakota. So that's what's going on at the capital city. Gusty winds approaching the area. Wishick, Ashley, your area, going to see those a little bit later. Let's look at the Jamestown area. Let's start north of town. Let's see Spiritwood. I don't have a great camera for this, folks. I'm sorry. We're going to go out here and take a look at the Buffalo area. And as we look, we can see, wow, you can see some low, dark clouds out there, but it's just a little too far away from that location to make much of it. And it's too far north of the Jamestown camera for us to make much of it, other than the fact that those, oh my goodness, that look from the Jamestown area, you can see the very, very dark skies out to the west there. So, all right, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on now with regards to your photos that you've uploaded to hutchesweather.com. Thanks for sharing. I can share these with you anytime we feel the need. And if you want me to feel the need, then we'll go ahead and get that done. So here we go. Hutch's Weather photo uploads. And let's see. You know what? I want to give credit where credit's due. And I know this one. There we go. Okay. So these photos coming in. This is beautiful photos from across the region and amazing hail. So let's start with this one. This is a look at rural southeast of Holly. The skies are starting to get darkening up a little bit. Some clouds rolling in from different directions. Are you kidding me, Tim? This is 3.5 inch hail. 3.5 inch hail in Jamestown. Are you right in town? Tim, why don't you share with us too when you get a chance? Holy buckets. That is you got a whole sack of ice there, and that's some huge hail. 3.5 inch hail. So thank you for uploading your photo there. And more fun clouds, and we got video of hail as it made its way into Jamestown. Kara capturing this video and sharing it with us. Thank you so much for uploading and sharing your photos and videos. That's 2-inch diameter hail at that location in Jamestown. So Jamestown getting whacked with between 2, 3, and 3.5 inch diameter hail from the storm. And now we are getting reports of a huge wedge tornado on the ground as it works its way into Barnes County now, and we'll take you right back to the radar. So if you are in Barnes County, I anticipate that this storm, oh my goodness, yeah, as we look at it, look at this. Okay, so here's Sanborn, and I'm going to I got to put me up here so I can see me. Okay, this is where I'm pointing. This bite taken out of the storm here is right on the edge. And there reports are that this is a rain-wrapped tornado. So we've got a couple of areas. So it's a very dangerous storm. Up on the far north side by Rogers here, it's likely heavy rain and hail. Right in here, there's a bite taken out of the storm, but it could be impossible to see for many who are trying to track the storm on the other side. So rain-wrapped indeed. This area is likely a tornado. You can follow the track of the tornado here, first witnessed as touching down. Here, a little later, still on the ground, and if you follow that trajectory, here's one area, but there's another area of rotation and a bite taken out of the storm here. This storm might be doing a little bit of a cycling. Let's see what's going on. New tornado warning in place for our viewers down south of Jamestown. So we're talking about okay, let's get down there, but I do want to take a look at the velocities on this first, so pardon me while I'm thinking out loud. So let's look at those velocities and see if we can denote where the rotation is really being picked up by this particular storm. So here's the storm. We have an area of rotation that was here where you see these red icons. Here's the latest. Now we got a third Large, potentially rain-wrapped tornado reported 3 miles northwest of Eccleston. Okay, so a large, potentially rain-wrapped tornado 3 miles northwest of Eccleston, and moving off to the east at a fairly slow clip, as I recall, 20 miles per hour. That storm's going to be moving right towards the Sanborn area right now. So as we take a look, you see this bright blue stuff down here along and south of the interstate, and that is some pretty bright velocity, storm relative velocity. So that's 85 mile per hour outgoing storm relative velocity, and on the other side here, that's outgoing from the radar site at Mayville. And then let me make sure I'm looking at the Mayville radar. That's the Bismarck radar. Let me switch over to the closer one. Glad I checked that. Okay, so we're going to get better radar data from this one. Okay, so here's the tornado warned storm. We've got the radar data loading up here now. I thought it was. I asked for it, but sometimes it doesn't listen to me. There we go. Okay, so here is a look from a closer radar source here. And you can track the radar reports that we were getting from this storm. And they look like they're mainly north of the interstate there and not far from the Eccleston area. We still are seeing some rotation on the south side of the storm right along the interstate here heading into the Valley City area. New tornado warning down here. This is for the Dickey and Marion area as we take a look at tornado warning and moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado, and you can see the green and red couplet right on the edge of that storm on the left side there. That tornado warning right here as it works its way across east towards Dickey and Marion at this time. And again, that storm movement east at 30 miles per hour. So if you're in the path of that storm, that is a dangerous one. Seek shelter in that lowest floor possible, and put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. No windows, walls. And if you happen to be out in lakes country anywhere as these storms are approaching, just get out of campers and mobile homes, manufactured homes, and get to something a little bit more sturdy as we go through. Checking your feedback. Thanks for streaming. You bet, Straw B. Appreciate you, Chad, for watching. And prayers to neighbors in Nodak. Appreciate you saying that. We do. How tall you think these storms are? Let's go, Echo Tops. I just had one. I flashed them up there for you. We'll go look at Echo Tops. They're easily over 50,000 foot the way it was looking. The upward motion in the atmosphere tonight is incredible. So let's see what they are. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to measure these highest cloud tops pushing 60,000 feet in Dickey County. So as we look Edgeley, Lemoore County. So Lemoore County is where that tornado warning is. That's a 50,000 to 60,000 foot cloud top. Look at this puppy, 60,000 feet, moving toward Valley City now. Hutch's concern is for Valley City and for Lake Ashtabula. If you are at Lake Ashtabula and you are in a camper, you need to probably consider finding shelter somewhere more sturdy. This storm that's heading your way has a confirmed, potentially wedge tornado, rain-wrapped, large rain-wrapped tornado. Now, the tornado track has mainly been north of the interstate with that one, but this is a rotating thunderstorm and becoming a cluster of thunderstorms. And this one could possibly produce a tornado close to the I-94 corridor still as well. So if you are in the Valley City area, that storm is on its way towards you. If you are north of the highway in Valley City and points north of town, that's where the tornado is moving. So now is the time, if you live in a manufactured home, a mobile home, if you're in the camper at Lake Ashtabula, it's a good time to find that sturdy structure now. Ride the storm out there and then return home. I know it's late, 9:20, but that's what I would recommend that you do. Here's an update on the Mayville storm. It's moving in a little bit closer to the radar, so we get this weird color banding going on the storm tops, cloud tops rather. But check it out. This storm is all unidirectional. I'm not seeing a lot of storm relative velocity on here that has Hutch concerned. So this is all flow over the radar area that is more unidirectional, one direction. I don't see that twisting in this particular storm. The latest on the location, still near Galesburg, still moving in the general direction of you folks in the Mayville area. And that storm, let me see here. I can't click. There it is. Warning, 9:45, and it's moving east at 30 miles per hour. Is it really moving east? I don't know if I like that analysis. Let's watch it. Okay, Valley City, you have now been placed in a tornado warning, as Hutch was just saying. The entire city of Valley City, all communities in and around and north of Valley City, you are in a tornado warning for the storm that has a history of producing a large, long-lived tornado. It has touched down east of the Jamestown area and 4 miles west-southwest of Spiritwood. It has been confirmed in 3 different locations. And that tornado warning storm is now pushing towards you folks in Valley City. I'm going to have to stop the looping. I think I'm driving my computer a little nuts with all that I'm doing here. I hope you're holding on strong with me here. So Valley City, now is a good time for you as well. As I've been saying, Valley City and also the Lake Ashtabula area to the north of town, a real good idea to make sure you're seeking shelter in that interior room away from windows as this storm blows through. Winds are now pushing into and through the Bismarck area. Some of the strongest winds are likely going to be pushing in at any time if they haven't already. I'm going to pull up the wind gusts right now and see what we got in Bismarck. Okay, so it's reporting an 18-mile-per-hour wind gust, but Beulah's at 39. So peak gusts could very well and likely will be a little bit more than that. But that line of thunderstorms out near the capital city, working its way through. We continue with a tornado warning for areas between Washburn and just off to the east of Center, north of Bismarck. That tornado warning is for a radar-indicated tornado. And we do have a cluster, what looks like a hail core, moving into Washburn shortly. Prepare for hail up to around, well, let's see what the warning says, 1.25-inch hail heading towards Washburn, and areas north of Bismarck on the north side of town here getting that hail moving in across the Missouri River Valley right now and pushing into Burleigh County from Morton County. And Bismarck, you are also seeing that hail potential making its way in. So I'll switch over to Bismarck radar here. A lot to cover, a lot going on, and we'll keep you covered right here on Hutch's Weather, hutchesweather.com. Check it out. If you're a friend of Hutch, you can check out hutchesweather.com. Leave a comment down below. Let me know if you like the site or what you'd like to see with anything different on the site. Let's see if I can pull up the radar here. Clear this, clear that. All right. I better check and see if I'm still streaming because my computer is just acting a little bit on the funky side here. Valley City, tornado warned storm heading your way. The velocity in this storm has continued to show very stout wind gust potential, but also a very large tornado, wedge-shaped tornado embedded in rain now is making its way near Sanborn and heading in the general direction of Valley City. So that is where things are happening. That is where things are at right now. I'm going to go ahead and, while I leave this up, venture over to what the National Weather Service is saying right now. I just want to know that it's going to miss Fargo. Thanks for that. It's a long ways from Fargo. And so that particular tornadic storm, not necessarily thinking is something that I'm going to say is going to hit any particular town yet, but we'll keep our eyes on that. What I do want to take a look at here is the National Weather Service's information. Okay, Bismarck had a 66-mile-per-hour gust at the National Weather Service forecast office out there, not far from Lincoln. 66-mile-per-hour gust. So very gusty winds heading towards you folks in Wishick. You were asking about that a bit ago. 66-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. And we do have some folks sharing pictures of some tornadoes. So there we go. That's the puppy that's working its way generally in the vicinity now of Sanborn and pushing in towards Valley City. So there's confirmation that a tornado's on the ground. There's confirmation that it's a big tornado. It's a long-lived tornado. And the radar data does show that that storm continues its march eastward toward Valley City. So again, if you are here north of town here, Lake Ashtabula either side, this rotating part of the storm is generally moving in this direction to areas just north of Valley City. So I would put caution to all of you who are at Lake Ashtabula, if you happen to be out at the lake, now is the time to get away and seek shelter to somewhere safe, somewhere safer. So know where that shelter is. Talk with your family about where you should be going. and make sure that you get there. Let's go ahead and take a look then at what's going on elsewhere. We do still have the warning for Mayville storm moving towards you. Wilton, we have a tornado warning for the storm moving in your general direction. Bismarck, 66 mile per hour gusts are now crossing the river valley. Slasher has reported a wind gust of 88 miles per hour. So Grant County, 88 mile per hour winds. These winds are coming out of the west and moving right across the Missouri River Valley now. So if you're camping anywhere along the river valley here or wanted to, you want to make sure you're getting out of those areas. If you happen to be out in Green Lake area near Wishick, Napoleon, Hazleton, Moffett, Braddock, all these areas, winds as high as 88 miles per hour have been measured. The 10-meter measured wind gust at the Endon station, 78 miles per hour south of New Salem, Sioux. New Salem, Sioux getting a new hairdo out there. Gusty winds will be from the west. Strong thunderstorms are severe across parts of central North Dakota right now. We do have one tornado warning in effect right now. Sorry, I'm drawing all over the place here while I'm trying to turn my crayon off. Okay. The warnings extend from areas south of Minot all the way down the Missouri River Valley, all the way across Garrison and the Dam area, straight south into Bismarck, all the way down to near Mobridge. That line of storms has a history of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We have a tornado on the ground heading in the general direction of tornado on the ground confirmed by spotters earlier, heading toward Valley City. So if you are in Valley City or any community surrounding there, Sanborn, that rotating part of the thunderstorm tornado is very close to you. It's moving in that general direction easterly. Let's go ahead and time this out for Valley City. Moving east at 21 miles per hour, tornado's been observed, 1.5-inch diameter hail. And again, I want that speed of movement. That's important. 21 miles per hour. Here is the leading edge of the rotating part of the storm right down here. It's moving off to the east at about 21 miles per hour. I'm going to use 25 or so to show you. Sanborn, 9:33. This rotating storm is going to be over you. It's basically over you now. You should be in your tornado shelter. Stutsman County, that tornado is clearing your area. So if you're in Stutsman County, the warning being dropped for that part of Stutsman County. Valley City, 9:57. 9:57, that tornadic part of the storm should be rolling in towards your area. And 10:19 for Oriska. We're going to do the same analysis on the tornado warned storm down here for you folks just north of Lemoore and Marion as we take a look at that. Now, the tornado warned storm is right here moving off to the east. This one also not impressive speed here. This storm moving off to the east, I believe it's a similar clip. I'm sorry, I'm trying to click on it. 30 miles per hour. So as we track out the movement of this particular cell with its rotation right in this general vicinity, moving east at 30, I'm going to put 33 to 35 on here. Fort Ransom. If you are in Fort Ransom, you'll want to seek shelter and know that this storm that is capable of producing a tornado will be in your neck of the woods by 10 o'clock. So that's a long ways. I do not know if the National Weather Service will choose to continue the tornado warning for this particular storm. But if you're in Fort Ransom, if you happen to be out at McLeod, if you happen to be in areas of southeast North Dakota, a tornado warned storm is now getting ready to make its way into areas of, areas north of Lisbon. So if you're in Sheldon, Enderlin, Fort Ransom, these areas all have that potential to see a tornado-producing storm working its way towards you, or a potential tornado. So that's what we have going on right now, folks. It's a very busy one. And we just want you to stay safe. We have numerous tornado warnings. I'm going to gather some more information, including information from you. So let's see if we got more pictures uploaded. Thank you to all of you uploading photos to hutchesweather.com. I've got a host of them. Okay, thank you very much for all of these. Let's see. Clouds in the Ada area. Okay, and all right, let's go ahead and show you the thunderstorm tower as viewed from Jamestown after the storms left. Thanks to all of you who have uploaded photos. So looking at the storm that's producing the tornado warning now, we got a couple of different views of that particular thunderstorm cell that has been producing this long-lived tornado. Here is a look from Tom in the Ellendale area. So a long distance shot. You can see the flat top, or the pancake of what we call in meteorology the anvil cloud. It's a cumulonimbus cloud And when it hits the stable layer of the atmosphere, it spreads out in all directions. The upper level winds then get steered around the storm. And when that happens, that upper level wind can start causing the entire storm to rotate. And that's what's going on with this one. That's an incredible picture, Tom. Thank you for your sharing of that photo. That's incredible. We do have modest clouds diving into Ada and Norman County. Thank you so much. I don't have a name on this one, but if you want to leave your name in there, there's a spot for you to type your name, and I can give you due credit. But thank you for sharing the modest, lumpy, bumpy clouds. Those are often signs of a volatile atmosphere. Tom, also looking north from the Ellendale area out there in Dickey County towards Jamestown and Sanborn. You know how far that is, Ellendale to Jamestown? And look at that towering storm. So you can see that distance. So, all right. And then other photos of the hail in Jamestown, just ridiculous. Tim sharing 3.5-inch hail, 3.5-inch hail reported in Jamestown. In fact, I think I should pass that along to my friends at the National Weather Service right now in Bismarck. 3.5-inch Jamestown hail with photo. All right, there we go. On Facebook. There we go. I'll pass that along to my National Weather Service friends there so they can get that. And now let's see what's coming up. Grand Forks, what are we saying? All right. Thanks for letting me kind of gather information and not talk so much here. Okay, so we definitely have a tornado-producing storm. Multiple sources showing images of a tornado-producing thunderstorm just minutes away from Sanborn, near Sanborn at 9:18. It's now 9:33, moving at 20 miles per hour. So it's out of the Sanborn area and heading towards Valley City. Is this storm that has a history of putting tornadoes on the ground, or maybe just one big tornado? So I'm seeing different shape, size tornadoes. We got 2 tornado warnings now. Thank you for your photos. Thank you for your feedback. Let's get back to that radar here. And I do want to point out that we do have some tornado watches that are in effect until 3 in the morning. That includes you folks in McLean County, all the way out near the big Lake Sakakawea area through Bismarck is in the tornado watch. These red counties here, the watch is until 3 o'clock in the morning. The line of thunderstorms out to the west is a wind producer, folks, near 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts from this. Will those last? It looks like they very well could last into the nighttime hours. With that, let's take a quick peek at that forecast too. As well. But let me take a peek at your feedback as well as I put the radar up for you. So let me put the radar up so I can keep you with something to witness and look at what's going on. And I will continue to read your feedback, answer your questions. So thanks again for being a part of Hutch's Weather here on my live Facebook channel. Thanks again for all the stars sent. Tornado on the ground along I-94 west of Jet Valley per chasers. Charlie, thank you for that. That's what was looking like to me on that. So thank you. And I know I can hear the dinging. I don't have enough screens to see this coming in. Reed rescued people. Reed Timmer from a ruined house outside of Spiritwood. He's a national storm chaser. No kidding, Kai. He's amazing. And they're out there, and that shows the heart of some chasers who stop to help people, because that's what this is about, you know, and that's why we're here. That is horrible and sad. Thank you for this outlook for Monoman County. So we'll likely be getting some information of Spiritwood. It looks like that area was hit pretty hard. Huge tornado 15 minutes ago in Spiritwood. Some folks are reporting. I can't confirm that from Minneapolis, where I am now. I don't like to pass along unconfirmed reports of what's going on, but with multiple folks telling me this, I just want to let you know that my heart and prayers are with those folks now. I did get a call from somebody who said there was a show going on out at Spiritwood tonight. I think the lake, maybe a concert, and they were wondering what was going on. And I'm like, it could get bad. So I'm praying for all those people now. Thanks, Todd, for watching. Laura, hi. Tornado on the ground, I-94 west of Valley City. Let's get to that, and let's show you where that is. So that helps Hutch confirm what the radar data was telling me moments ago. Let's get back to that and go ahead and open that up. Valley City, This is a serious. Two more tornado icons showing up here south of Sanborn. Those are the ones, those were witnessed 15 minutes ago, folks, 15 minutes ago. So again, there was this track that was taking it towards Lake Ashtabula, but then remember I said there was a second area of rotation that looked like it was forming on the interstate. Shazam and Shabam, two tornado conformations right along the interstate. So analysis is good. It takes a while to do it right, and we'll continue to try to do that here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the single site radar velocity data. And again, I have to tell you, I'm on a limited bandwidth streaming service right now, and my computer's a little tired. See, it's acting like it wants a reboot, but I'm not going to leave right now. Valley City, please, please, please heed the warnings. This is a dangerous setup, and if you are in Lake Ashtabula, I would heed the warnings as well. Wind gusts over 70 miles per hour from this storm will be possible. It's produced a tornado, and a big one. There are some reports leaking out that the damage is incredible or pretty nasty in and around Spiritwood. And this storm now has cycled, and there's another cell on the south edge that's producing that tornadic thunderstorm activity. So let's get to it. As you take a look at the radar right now, I'm going to switch over to the single site data if I can, if my computer will allow me to. And if not, I don't really care too much. I'll just restart the software right on air with you here live. So I think I'm going to need to do that. I will do that, and I'm going to do it now. And I'm going to put this other radar source up here. So let's go to this one. Okay. Okay, so the computer is getting a little bit slow, and I think my streaming is getting a little slow. I'm closing all unnecessary software, and I am going to put the radar up on this one now. So this particular shows the radar warnings. Let me load the radar data up here for you, and I'll go to single site radar data. So I've got multiple tools. Here it is. 2-inch hail. You see the 2 on this? That's 2-inch diameter hail being estimated by the Doppler radar with this particular cell as it works its way in. And if we take a look, you can see this cell approaching Valley City right now. It's 81 degrees. There's inflow from Valley City up into the storm from the east at 20 knots, 15 to 20 knots. Lightning all over the dang place. That thing is rocking it. And we do have a confirmed tornado sighting along I-94 moving into Valley City. I'm going to now change this over to velocity display if I can. So let me go ahead and boom, shadizzle. And let's look at the velocity on this one. So this is from the Mayville radar, just verifying and confirming that. Nope, that's from the Bismarck radar. Here's Mayville. So here's jeepers. Come back to me now. Here we go. There it is. There's your rotation. I do have a telestrator. This is it. This is the rotation right here. Let me change that color to white. I think that'll be a little easier to see. There's more easy. So that's it. That's the rotation. It's along and near the interstate. It could be south, could be north. The radar is far enough away where it could be on either side of the interstate. But it looks like it's just there near the interstate and points south just right now. So Valley City, anywhere there on the west side of town right now, that is a rotating thunderstorm, and it's a confirmed tornado on the ground. Ping pong ball size hail is heading towards you. And I want you in the sturdy structure of the basement if you have one. If not, that's okay. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. Get to an interior room. My house has hallways. So if you have a hallway and there's no windows in that hallway, that's great. Do you have a closet in that hallway? Is it empty? Do you have room? Get in the closet. That's another wall the debris has to go through. So you want to put as many walls, I tell my students when I talk to them, between you and that outside storm. If you do have a basement, yes, get there, but don't be next to the windows. Please get away from the windows. Again, you want to put something sturdy over your head. You may have something that you can put over your head, like a desk, get under a door frame, something like that, or just get down and cover your head. It's okay, but you want to get out of the way of the flying debris. Look at the other tornado warning down here. This storm, tennis balls for hail. Tennis ball hail, radar indicated, but it's pretty strong. So this radar indicated tornado is right here. Let me grab my pencil and crayon again. And it's right here where we got greens and blues next to each other. And that tornado warning is for the Marion area, but that storm is heading more towards Fort Ransom now. So I'm going to take a look at the radar site that's a little bit closer to this particular storm, and I'm going to zoom in and get the Aberdeen radar and see if I get a different view of that storm. Sometimes it's kind of nice if my radar will cooperate. There we go. Thank you for cooperating, radar. I appreciate you very much. Okay, here we go. So this is a little bit too far away to see from that radar, so I'm going to switch right back to the Mayville radar. Thanks for letting me do my weird meteorology things here for you. Valley City, please seek shelter. This is a huge storm. It's rotating. It's got, man, I think there's 2 couplets right along the interstate here in south. It's expanding along and south of the interstate. So as you take a look at this, see if I can show you this. The red and green right here moving in toward Valley City and along the interstate and points south, and another one back here. So there's a couple areas of tight rotation along that cell and storm. Let's look at the debris potential with this cell and take a look at that. Not too impressive. Let's go ahead and look at something else here and see if there's by me saying not impressive, that doesn't mean I don't think there's a debris on the ground. You see this one down here? Yes, there's blue on there. I think that one could be tornadoing right now. So this blue that you see here could be a tornado signature north of Lemoore. How far north of Lemoore? Bear with me while I think I got my measuring tool. So from Lemoore to where you see this blue debris. Okay. Oh, there's too many watches and warnings going on here. It won't let me do it. So that's okay. We'll try again. There we go. This one looks like, oh, wrong tool. I have not used this software for just a hot minute. So there it is, 11 miles north of Lemoore. 11 miles north of Lemoore, that's possibly, all the blue you see there, indication of some possible debris. If it co-locates with the velocity here, let's go to storm relative velocity. That dot is right in the same spot as the velocity couplet. That could be debris showing up there. There could be a tornado on the ground there right now, and that could be debris evidence of it. That, as the crow flies from Marion, is only 7 miles to the southeast of Marion. For Fort Ransom, it is only 11.5, 11.7 miles away from you. That's where the rotating part of the storm is. And 11 miles away. And that storm is moving how fast? Let me get the latest indication from the Weather Service. 25 miles south, moving east at 30. It's moving at 30 miles per hour. So now I'll clock it. And if this is the rotating part of the storm here, with the potential debris field in this same general vicinity, and it's moving this way, and let's say I want, let me see, I didn't see the speed of movement there. Let me try that one more time. So it is approaching the 30 miles per hour. I'm going to put it at 32 to give it a little bit of window for us. Okay, so if you're in Fort Ransom, that thing is moving slow enough. You still have about 25 minutes to prepare for that storm. So the Fort Ransom area is in the track of that storm, making its way in that general direction. Let's get out of this. I'm going to see if my computer will handle loading up my radar software again, closing other windows that I don't need, so I can try to conserve all of this good stuff. Pardon me, loading something up. Give me a minute and I will try to see that I get all my tools back out. Spatial tools, boom, Shazam. It's rocking. I'm seeing the radar. This is a good sign. I'm seeing the radar. Text over here. Timestamp, we got that. And let's go with tracking tools. I got to have tracking tools, right? Okay, it's all up. It's all running. And we've got huge news here. So let's get to it. Let's go back to the other radar now. My apologies. So thank you for sticking with Hutch. Here's a look at what's going on with that radar and action. See if it's working now. See if it's working now. There it is. Okay, so we've got the tornado warning that continues north of the Bismarck area. This Boeing line segment has blasted in just a few minutes and is heading into Kidder County and Steele. That has produced wind gusts to 80 miles per hour as of the last measurements. 2 tornado warnings here in eastern North Dakota for a confirmed large tornado producing storm moving right into Valley City now. And down south, we have another cell that's producing tornado that we just analyzed. So There is the Valley City storm. Here is the Hook Echo. It's along in near Valley City right now. That storm is moving towards Ariska and Tower City. Latest measurements had this one moving at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It's observed tornado moving at 21 miles per hour. Hutch says the tornado looks to be right here near Valley City right now. So let's look at the velocity data on this and see if I can find that. Let me pull up my scene window here so I can pull up the right scene. Here it is. Thank you for your patience. Doing my best to keep up with these storms for you. Okay, so there is the velocity couplet. We've got very bright reds next to bright greens over Valley City. So the tornado warned storm is over Valley City now, moving off to the east at a clip of 21 miles per hour. So if you are in the track of this storm, you'll want to now in the Sanborn area, it's through your area, Valley City moving towards you. Tower City will be in the path of this storm as well. So we'll go ahead and do a solid tracking of this storm here. I've got to get the right tracking tool. Oh, there it is. Lost it. Too much open on my window here. Let's go here. Let's go here. And now this is the rotating part of the storm right here. Right over Valley City, moving east at 21 miles per hour. I'm going to use 25. Ariska, 1008. The storm will be in your area. Tower City, 1022, and Buffalo, 1035. That's if it continues in its current rate of movement and speed, and if it indeed continues to show tight rotation. It is showing that tight rotation right now. If I take a look at some of the measurements here from Mayville, we have incoming very fast moving air at 90 to 100 miles per hour moving towards Mayville, and very fast moving air moving away from the radar at 50 miles per hour. That's sheer spin right over and south. It looks like over and just south of Valley City to me. I'll do my best to keep up with the reports, but that tornado is likely right over Valley City and the southern part of Valley City right now. So right here, Valley City, southern part where we see the bright reds and this green color here, that is terribly strong shear going on right there with that particular storm. So that storm is dangerous. It's right over one of our communities. It's large. It has a history of tornadoes. Please seek shelter. If you're in Ariska, you have a little bit of time, but it's a good idea to start working your way toward that storm shelter that you have. If I analyze this just a little bit more here for you, extra curricular stuff, I'm seeing some tight shear on the north side, south of Laverne right now, as my light is giving me haywire activity. Tornado, or I won't say a tornado, but we do have this signature that's showing some broad rotation south of Laverne with this area of green and red here. It's not nearly as strong as what we're seeing with the storm to the south near Valley City. I am going to right now effort some information from the National Weather Service for these areas and make sure I'm not missing anything. Linton, 96 mile per hour wind gusts just reported in Linton. That was at 9:40, 9 minutes ago. That's almost 100 mile per hour winds. You were asking what's heading towards Wishick. Up to 100 mile per hour winds, 67 mile per hour winds reported in Cannonball. Bismarck reporting 66 at the Weather Service. I saw an 87 there. Let's go in and see. 87 mile per hour gust and 82, pardon me. This was 2 miles west-northwest of Bismarck, measured by an NDOT site. Okay, so our DOT sites measuring 80 plus mile per hour in and around Bismarck, 88 mile per hour gusts in Flasher, New Salem, 78. So this line of storms out to the west is going to follow up what the tornado warned storms are doing. This is a terrible line of windy storms working their way from central North Dakota. We do have the 2 active tornado warnings right now. I'm going to leave the radar up for you. And what I'm going to do is look for comments from the Weather Service and look for comments and pictures from you. So while I gather information, thank you for bearing with me. Oh my goodness, I just saw a picture of this wedge tornado that was posted out there not far from the Sanborn area. This is unbelievably large. So folks, it's very serious out there. If you're in Valley City, please seek shelter. A high wind event going on now in central North Dakota for Bismarck, moving across the Missouri River Valley right now. These storms are very, very dangerous. So let's go ahead and take a look at what they're saying. Spotter, Highway 1 goes south of I-94 on the ground going south, 2 miles south of I-94. I was just talking about that rotation on the south side. We saw it here, and now we're getting some confirmation from some spotters. Okay, the National Weather Service says now they're going to put a considerable tornado tag on the Valley City storm moving east. This is a considerable tornado. That means it's huge, it's big, and considerable damage can be expected from it. And it is moving through Valley City and near Valley City now, heading in the general direction of Oriska, heading in the general direction of Tower City as well. Thank you, National Weather Service Bismarck. National Weather Service Grand Forks, rather. Thank you, Grand Forks. Bismarck has said that these wind gusts that we're seeing here, 96 mile per hour, 5 miles northwest of Linton, 96 and 101 mile per hour, 5 miles northwest of Linton at 33 feet off the ground. So the winds just off the ground, over 100 miles per hour moving into the Linton area. These storms are going to do everything but flatten stuff. So now is the time, if you are in the path of these storms, thank you, National Weather Service Office, this line of storms out here with the backward C shape is producing 100 mile per hour straight line winds. They're from the west toward the east. If you are camping, if you are recreating and it's your Friday night and you're in the path of this, you need to make sure that you are protecting yourself. If you are in a camper will not withstand 100 mile per hour winds. If you're in a camper, a tent, trees do not often withstand 100 mile per hour winds. Get out now and find sturdy structure. I don't want people running around during the storm. If it's over you now, you want to seek shelter in the safest place you can and get low, out of the way of all the debris or the trees that could be falling. If you have time to prepare and you're in Wishick and Gackle, if you're in Jamestown, if you're in Kidder County and Medina, Cleveland, if you're up here in McCluskey and Sheridan County, you have a little bit of time. What you should do is the winds will be coming from the west. Close your garage doors, close your shed doors. It's going to obliterate stuff like that. If you get into these 70 to 100 mile per hour winds, do not leave your doors open. You might want to think of, if you are in these in-between towns, tying down that trampoline or turning it upside down and attaching it to the ground. You do not want a trampoline flying through your neighborhood. Put your lawn furniture maybe on inside or on the east side of the house, the downwind side of the house. You may want to park your vehicle if it's outside on the east side of the building. What I'm doing here and doing these kind of things is helping you protect your property from the damaging winds that will be coming from the west. All right, folks, in Valley City, how are you doing? Are you in Valley City? The tornado warned storm is moving through your area. Let's zoom in and get back into the coverage on what's going on here. The tornado and tornadic winds are right on the end edge of this tornado warning. It does appear Valley City is still in the tornado warning. You are, and there's still a lot of greens and reds next to each other, but let me see what I'm pointing at here so I can speak to you clearly. This wind is moving. Let's get this straight too. That wind that you see right here in the red is moving away from the radar. Okay. And the wind in the green is moving toward the radar. So you've got some rotation in this storm. There's rotation on the north side of Valley City. So again, if you are in the Lake Ashtabula area, a good idea to make sure that you're seeking shelter and not seeking shelter in a tent or anything like that. These storms, very, very, very strong, potent straight line winds coming on the backside of these storms a little bit later. When we do look at the velocities here, this is incoming wind here with the outgoing right next to it. So this wind is coming toward the radar at a 100 mile per hour clip, 90 mile per hour clip, moving right towards Mayville, south of Valley City. And then we see down here, the wind is outgoing, moving the other way. Okay, so this storm now pushing in that general direction. What happened here? Is my radar data behind that far? Let me just reload. That was weird. Maybe it switched radars. It did. It switched to the Bismarck radar. Okay, so that's not going to show Valley City very good. Let me try to switch back. My apologies. There we go. Okay, so now we'll switch back. That radar data jumped in a hurry. Okay, so we do have new tornado warning now for Tower City and Cass County here. Tower City, Alice here in the path. Here is the couplet right here. You see that bright green pixel. This is the newest radar data. Right here is the rotating part. It's just south of Valley City. You got that's the rotating part of the storm right here, anywhere in this area. So Valley City, you remain in the tornado warning. This rotating part of the storm is in your area and just south. Along Interstate 94 to Tower City and point south is where we have the rotation. Notice the tornado warning does continue up on the north fringe of that as well. But do know that right along Interstate 94 is where we've had the most recent reports of that tornado being in contact with the ground. So an observed tornado, let's go to the latest and what the Weather Service is saying on this. This is an observed with a considerable tag, as what we call this, for the threat damage. So damage threat is considerable with this particular tornadic storm. If you are on the I-94 corridor, Jamestown towards Tower City and point south particularly, that's where the latest was reported for that tornado to be on the ground, and up to 2-inch diameter hail possible from that storm as well. So that's now pushing in the general direction of Fargo. It does not mean it's coming to Fargo. It could still do a lot of different things, but we will continue to monitor it here. I will continue to monitor it for you as we get into the late night hours, almost 10 o'clock here. Let me check in for you folks down here in the Dickey area and points east as we look at this storm still showing south of Litchfield, some signs of rotation. Now, this is a little bit far away from the radar site, I will admit that. But if you're in Fort Ransom, this rotating storm is still heading in your general direction. As you take a look at the radar data here that's, I think, reloading, just making sure it does reload here. Okay, as it reloads, what we're seeing with this particular storm is some significant rotation working its way toward the county line as we go towards Fort Ransom. It's very slow moving, and I may try to switch this back to the regular radar display right now because it seems like it come back just that quick. Don't know why. There we go. Okay, so Mayville, way the heck up to the north there, but the greens would be motioned towards Mayville, the reds would be motions away. So there is still some spinning right here on the left edge of this tornado-warned storm. It's moving off to the east. It was moving at 30 miles per hour. I will see if this will update me. Oh, new tornado warning does now include Nome, Enderlin, and Fort Ransom, Lisbon as well. This storm here on the south side is also now warned, a brand new warning that lasts until 10:45. This is for you folks in Lisbon, Enderlin, and Fort Ransom. If you are at Fort Ransom or Fort Ransom State Park, now is the time to get out and seek shelter in a sturdy structure. If you're at any of the campsites in these areas, the state park, beautiful state parks that we have, please get to sturdy structure as this storm approaches. These storms mean business tonight, and on the heels of them comes this little line of storms to the west. It's not little, it's huge. And this huge line of storms to the west is producing 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that's heading towards Jamestown now. It's heading towards Harvey right now. It's heading towards Carrington right now. The strongest winds with this particular line of storms has been mainly along and south of Interstate 94, but we do have a couple of reports. This report coming in from just south of Washburn of a 64-mile-per-hour gust at an end-on site there at Sanger. So just a terrible night of weather, to be perfectly honest with you, as we go through and continuing to watch for your feedback. Are you still seeing me okay? Let me go ahead and ask that question right now. I hear a chime every now and again. Let me see if I got any feedback from you guys, and if the feed is still working. It is. Okay, so just want to make sure. I've been going for 1 hour and 25 minutes almost. Valley City sirens going off now. Wendy, thank you. I'm glad, Brian, you're hearing me. Doing good. Okay, good. I'm glad that you're all still here. In Valley City, I hope you are in your tornado shelter in these areas. And when it's safe to do so, any report you have would help me out, help others in the path of the storm. 101-mile-per-hour wind in Linton. Thank you, Nicole. Just talked about that just a second ago. So indeed, we got terrible winds What about Fargo? I'm camping, but I have family and animals I care about. Alicia, Fargo is in the path of this storm, producing the tornado that went through the Spiritwood area, that went through is moving through Valley City right now. I cannot tell you if it's going to drift a little south, a little north, but that storm is heading in the general direction of Fargo. It is a slow mover. It's moving at 20 to 25 miles per hour. That means Valley City, being about 50 miles away, is still a couple hours away. Will it and could it speed up? Absolutely. So should this FM area take shelter yet? Here's what I'd say, Brianna. Thank you for your question. That's a wonderful question.
The National Weather Service.
Okay, sorry, my alarms are going off. Let's say it this way. If you're camping and you're anywhere in the path of these storms, and there is a huge line of storms out near the capital city, Bismarck, it's blowing through. It's heading to Wishick, it's heading to Napoleon, and it's now going to return to Jamestown, where you've already had 3-inch diameter, 3.5-inch diameter hail. These storms out west are producing up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. We call this long-lived wind type storm a derecho. It's a huge line of storms, and it's continually producing damaging straight line winds along the path. Thank you, Donnie. It's good to see you. I miss you, man. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for watching, and thanks for the feedback. So if you are camping and you are happen to be anywhere where you're in the path of the storm, then I would say it's now time to think about where you can go to be safe. This is one huge, big, large tornado on the ground with another tornado on the ground south heading towards Fort Ransom. So we've got two areas of tornadic activity right now. And then we've got the windstorm that comes in and moves in behind it. That's why I'm asking, Desiree said. Desiree, I didn't catch your question. I'm sorry. I've got my eyes on one monitor tonight because I am remote. I am in Minneapolis at a car show, vacationing here at Back to the 50s. I brought my old car, my classic car, and I hope these storms don't make their way here because they're nasty. But I missed your question. What about Cullum? So, yes, the windy line of storms, Lynette's heading towards Cullum. Hillsborough, yes, the storms, the overnight storms are heading our way. How would you feel if I went through the forecast real quick? I want to keep up with the tornado as well. Tom, thank you. Waiting and watching in Grand Forks. I appreciate you on my YouTube channel. Scott, good to have you on here. Possibly a mile-wide tornado, says Scott. I can't see it, but if that's the report from the people on the ground, then prayers be with those in the path of this storm. This is a nasty one. This one is the one Scott is referring to that is southeast of Valley City right now. Stay safe out there. How is Dilworth going to be? Ethan, we will be in the path of the tornadic storm that's now moving through Valley City. It's moving toward Tower City now. Will it make it? Don't know. Will it still be severe or producing a tornado? I sure hope not. But it's moving right down the interstate area towards us. So please keep that in mind, okay? I think that this might be a little bit of a delayed signal, but please let me know. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, eBreak, for your feedback. Now, let me check one more time on Facebook, and we're back to tracking the storm through Valley City and there and further down line. What about White Earth? Let's go through the forecast. I know there's a lot of places. Oh, new storms developing. This is what I expected to see between 8 and 10, and it's happening now. Do you see Ada? Do you see these? Any of these storms here are in an environment where the air is spinning. I'm not saying everyone's going to produce a tornado. And as we get later, the tornado threat usually goes down in our area. I said usually. Tonight's a little bit different. We have some south winds blowing in to feed moist air into this. I showed you dew points near 75 degrees. That dew point, that humidity in the air is what's fueling the storms. Will these storms be severe, and will they maintain their position? We got to do this together. I'm sorry I can't sit here and cover live and then prepare the forecast, but let's look at the forecast. We're going to scurry through a couple quick models real quick. Okay, let's get back to the forecast. Valley City, Tower City, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Tornado warning, and it's a confirmed tornado. I cannot confirm this, but I'm seeing or hearing reports that it could be very, very wide. And it is long-lived. This storm is long-lived. It's been on the ground since Stutsman County. 3.5 inch diameter hail in and around Stutsman County as well. I'm looking at the Weather Service to see if there's any confirmation of possible width of the tornado. Okay, some power outages being reported. Okay, I'm caught up on my information. Let's go forecasting. Okay, we're gonna look at the forecast and we'll get right back to radar tracking. If you're in Kidder County still, this line of storms right here out west, this is 100-mile-per-hour storm potential here, and it's going to last into the overnight. It could last all night long and go well into Minnesota. Let's get the latest model forecast. These are in the tornado-prone area and in the tornado watch area. The tornado watch is in effect until 3 a.m. There's spin, there's shear, and there is a lot of energy in the atmosphere, and that's so energetic the updrafts are holding up 3.5 or 4-inch diameter hail and dropping them on houses. So please keep in mind, we have a couple of these storms. Not everyone is getting the terrible weather tonight, but our thoughts are with those, and we're covering these storms so that if it's heading towards your area, then we're going to try to keep you up to date with the very latest forecast. All right. This is a model. It's called the HRRRRR, and it's not funny. It's just called the rapid refresh is what I'll say. This model is just now coming in, but I'm going back 1 hour. I'm going to go back 2 hours. Here we go. Here's the line of thunderstorms with this model that went through Bismarck. See the backward C shape. This confirmation is pretty good. The time on this model says 03Z for this forecast. 3Z, that's about the 10 o'clock hour. That's about now. That's not too far off. This model then shows a line forming along the warm front, but the warm front here on this model is too far north. And we're seeing that along I-94. So this model is not initializing well and not doing a great job of forecasting this particular storm where it currently is. If I could slide it southward just a little bit, I think we'd have a chance at seeing it. Sorry about that. I'm going to have to not take that call. Okay. We'll look at another model. Let me see if one of these newer models of this run look any better at all. Okay, pardon me. It's going to load up another one. Nope, not much better. You can see, though, that this model says what's happening in Bismarck goes right through the Red River Valley as we go through 6Z. What is that? 1 in the morning. So if you're camping, and you're camping out at anywhere, Mentor, if you're up in the Grand Forks area, you're in the Devil's Lake Basin, if you're up in anywhere up there, Eagle Lake, if you're out there in Fargo-Moorhead, if you're in Wahpeton, Breckenridge, any of these areas could see it. This still looks too far north to me. Let's go to another model. These models, by the way, are still calculating, and some of them are just coming in with their answer now. Here's the one I like the best over the last couple days. Showing it too far north, folks. I don't like it anymore. I've changed my mind. That particular, sometimes from run to run, these models look different. This looks a little bit better, although this one is starting storms out, like not far from where there is one now in the southeast North Dakota, rocking it through Fargo and Grand Forks. So let's take a look at the consensus of the models we've looked at. I want to get back to covering the live storms. These storms are going to work their way into the Red River Valley between, about midnight. And then the windy line of storms will follow that up. Will the windy line of storms continue? This one says yes, through Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls, moving into Bemidji. And you see this? That thing is the first line, and that thing starts collapsing and becoming a windstorm that makes its way through parts of central Minnesota and towards Duluth and the I-35 corridor. Even the Twin Cities having a chance at seeing a couple of these cells on the far north side of the metro area, some of those storms. That's a couple of different models. I'm going to look at one more and see if I like this one. The reason I'm doing this is because when we're talking about individual thunderstorm cells, no model can accurately predict when and where one is going to hit. So if you ask me, is it going to hit Fargo or is it going to hit Grand Forks? I can't give you that answer. All I can give you is a probability that it looks like they're going to track east. The timing on this is 04Z. This is 11 o'clock. That won't be too far off, although that storm in Valley City is only moving at about 20 miles per hour. We said that would be about 2 hours from Fargo. So that would be close to 11 to midnight. Okay. And then What this model lacks is it doesn't show anything with regards to the storm out in Bismarck and how strong that is. So this one's not really winning my vote either. So I don't think I've seen one model here that I really love. Do you? Let me look at one of these. This is experimental, please. So don't look at this. Not bad. Warm front, not far from Fargo, not far from Valley City. You see that right here? This little bit here says this model was on it a few hours ago and said, yep, we're going to have some storms here along Interstate 94. Did pretty good. And then we're going to have some storms moving through Bismarck. Yep, it's doing pretty good. This line moves into parts of Minnesota here, Lakes Country and beyond along the warm front and north is where we usually see those. All threats will remain in possibility, including tornadoes. You're looking at that 4Z. This is 5Z minus 5 hours is midnight, then 3 a.m. So we have the main event pushing towards Duluth and the Twin Cities as we go towards 3 to 4 a.m. and mainly north, hopefully, of the Twin Cities with all these classic cars here. And then the other storm, still windy, but not as potent as it was as we go toward the morning hours. That's what the models look like. That's what the consensus looks like. Now, how about that radar? Active tornado warnings do continue. We do have the wind warnings for these storms, severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for wind and hail for Steele and Kidder County, all the way through Linton, where we were measuring near 100-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get to the radar again, and let's talk about Valley City, Tornado, Tower City. Where is this puppy? So right now, the tornado reported outside of Valley City right here. It says law enforcement said a tornado was reported 2 miles, and then it stops. Let me see if I can read the rest of it. 2 miles west of Valley City. That was moving into Valley City. And now we still see this storm rocking its way to the east. I need to look at single site data to have the best look for a meteorologist. Here it is. Okay, pardon my music from my phone. As we take a look, I'm going to try to pull out my crayon and draw. This is the tornado right here. That is the hook in the storm. Let's look at the velocity and see if that concurs. If that velocity couplet is in that area, it is. It's just a little bit low and to the right of that, just north of Fingal. So between Valley City and Fingal is where the tornado is right now. The movement of this has been about 22 miles per hour. It's 18 miles per hour now. Let's talk about flooding potential moving at that slow pace, shall we? Okay. And then the other thing to keep in mind with this line of storms moving through along and south of the interstate, showing up right in this area, moving off to the east. Oopsies, I have to turn my pencil off. My apologies. Okay, so if this is the leading edge of the rotating, moving east at about 18 to 20 miles per hour. If you are in Fingal, 10:23, this tornadic storm will be near you, and Alice by 10:49. When it gets dark, it gets extremely difficult to continue to visually confirm and track these storms. So keep that in mind. That is tornado warning number 1. This tornado warning is in effect until 10:45. 1 3/4 inch hail still possible, and it's moving mainly towards Fingal and Alice in the upcoming few minutes, and it is heading towards and near Tower City as well. Tower City, you are in the warning. All areas north of the interstate are in the warning as well. But it appears to me that the greatest danger is on the south side. Please, everybody in this area, stay in your tornado safe place. Do not try to go out and outrun a tornado. If it's over your house, it's time to seek shelter. Get to the lowest floor possible of that sturdy structure and get as low as you can in an interior room away from the windows. Fort Ransom, what's going on with your tornado warning? The tornado warning continues. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail possible, moving east at 24 miles per hour. You can see the greens and the reds next to each other on this radar display, which pretty clearly shows that it hasn't moved very far yet. This is the tornado core. It's just outside of you folks in Fort Ransom. It's making its way in your general direction right now. So for those of you camping or doing any kind of fun activities out and about out there, we definitely do have some damaging and potentially dangerous and deadly weather heading your way. It's time to get out of the campgrounds out there. If you happen to be camping out near Fort Ransom State Park, these areas, you want to make sure that you find that sturdy structure right now. You have a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and time it out for you. Wind damage out at Lake Chida, west of the Bismarck-Mandan area being reported out there. Taking reports of a possible tornado tonight south of Tappan en route. Flipped over semi. So the law enforcement and the highway patrol is trying to figure some things out. This is recent news, breaking news. Reports of a tornado south of Tappan and en route, flipped over 70 on flipped over semi tractor trailer on I-94. Possible injuries or injuries. So yeah, these storms are terrible, folks. The winds out on I-94, even out west of us and east of Bismarck, incredible. And a possible tornado was on the ground there. Check this out. If you are in Fort Ransom, let's get you some key information for you. This storm moving, again, reminding myself more so, the movement of this storm only 24 miles per hour. Here is the rotating part of the storm. It's going to be near Fort Ransom, moving at this clip. It's heading in the general direction of you folks in Lisbon. 10:30 is the ETA. So you have about 10 minutes in Fort Ransom to get out of campers, get out of stuff that's like that. And if you cannot seek shelter in a sturdy structure, it may be safest. There's not widespread storms south here. It may be safest to go just straight south and get out of the way. So if you go straight south and get out of the way, you're going to get out of the way of that storm. It is only moving at about 20 miles per hour. So, but it is only 10 minutes away from Fort Ransom. So if you have sturdy structure, get there. If you don't, get out. Get into sturdy structure or move south of this storm. Do not go north because there's another mean and nasty storm there. All right. There is a new tornado warning now for the Medina area that we're going to cover. This is the one that the law enforcement officer was reported to be going out to towards Tappan. There is a wind measurement here of 69 miles per hour. Let me switch over to the Bismarck radar. And if my radar does cooperate here. Okay, there it goes. My apologies. This storm is... I am noticing a lot of green on here. What does the green mean? That's motion towards the radar in Bismarck. If I'm looking at the right thing, it is its storm relative velocity. We do have some reds and blues out here not far from Gackle. But there is the tornado warning. The National Weather Service has this tornado warning for an observed tornado moving east at 54 miles per hour. Notice a huge difference. The storm line out west is going to possibly catch up to this line out in front of it or cause it to accelerate along too. That happens as well. This is some pretty bad looking radar data here for a tornado warning. It's likely right along this leading edge where we have the backward C shape called a QLCS type tornado along this derecho that's forming. Medina, Cleveland, you are in the path of this. The motion here, let me go ahead and get my measurement tool and see. 139 mile per hour incoming winds is pretty fast. And it's next to some other winds here near Cleveland that are also incoming, but 150
has issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Thank you. Okay, so this one is hard to detect. I'm just going to put it that way, but you can see the backward C shape to this, and along that gust front and along that leading edge, a semi was toppled as it went through Tappan on the interstate. There's a tornado reported out here and observed. So an observed tornado is making its way off along the interstate and south of Medina right now, heading in that general direction of Medina. So if you're in Medina, please seek shelter in that interior room. Stay away from windows. Get down to the lowest floor. If you are in the Cleveland area, you're also in the warning. That storm's heading in the general direction of Jamestown as well. The gusty winds are certainly heading towards Jamestown with wind gusts that have been reported up to around 100 miles per hour. All right, Ada. We do have a storm warning that has just been issued for Norman County and the fertile Beltrami area. So let me show you what's going on there. We got another tornado warning out in Sheridan County for McCluskey. That one's almost out of the box. They're heading right into Goodrich right now. My apologies for not relaying that information. Stuff is happening pretty quickly. Okay, Beltrami, the radar data looks like it's still coming in, so let me go ahead and get up here and get to the single site radar data. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Beltrami, for Shelley, for Climax. It's moving in the general direction of Crookston. This thunderstorm is making its way north at 24 miles per hour. We'll call it north-northeast. It's on and along the warm front. There's no mention of a tornado possible with this particular storm. It's mainly 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail that are the main threats. If you do have hail to report, please call that into your local officials. They'll pass that along to the National Weather Service, and that helps us keep people up to date. The warning for Mayville has been allowed to expire, but there's still heavy-duty thunderstorm activity Buxton to Hillsborough right now in that general vicinity. As far as velocity goes from the Mayville radar, that's pretty close. Let me see if it does pull it up. Not seeing it. Just taking a little while. I think the internet bandwidth here is just a little bit slower than what Hutch is used to using in the office. But I'm on the road right now, so we'll get back to the single site data. So the strength of the storm in the Trail County area has decreased considerably. Northern Cass, we have strong thunderstorm activity, but there is the rotating storm heading into Tower City and Ariska now, southeast of Valley City, where a tornado was reported on the ground. We also have what looks like a kidney bean shape to this Fort Ransom storm. That is a classic hook echo. That could be picking up a little bit of debris on that one as well. That was some pretty tight rotation. These storms have the potential for gusty straight line winds as well, but nothing like the derecho, which now looks to be taking a little bit of a northerly tilt. I want to point this out on the radar scene here. This is a development. We got all of these blue wind measurements down here south of Bismarck and in Bismarck. Wind measurements very close to Interstate 94 and point south is where we have the strongest winds. The radar returns south there appear to be a little bit lower right now. So what I'm seeing is this line here may have more of a northeasterly bent to it, putting Mayville and the Highway 200 corridor more in the path of that line of the storms here, or that line of the wind storm. This is a derecho. It's also a cluster of thunderstorms. It's taking on a complex where we have its own circulation as well. So keep that in mind. And it likely, because of that, could be long-lived, lasting well into the overnight and possibly into the morning hours for some. So I do need to and want to switch over to a composite radar look and see if we still have storms down in the far south. I wonder if there's a radar that went offline or if those storms indeed did die down here. We've got warnings for Eureka and Bodil in South Dakota, but I'm not seeing anything. And I don't see that the Aberdeen radar is out. It looks green. It looks good to me, but there's some sort of a change there. There still could be gusty winds down near Ellendale, approaching Ellendale. You have a severe thunderstorm warning for you as the storms near Wishick. Wishick, you were asking earlier, 81 mile per hour winds in Wishick. I'm glad you asked. I hope you got the answer you were looking for and you sought shelter. 69 mile per hour wind, 7 miles northwest of Streeter. And we have a report here of a 69 mile per hour wind gust in Tappan to the northeast of Tappan. Also here, Robinson, near Robinson, a 71 mile per hour gust. So, current status. Tornado watch until 3 a.m. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Polk County area near Beltrami and northern Polk County in the Ada area. That's working its way north and east at about a clip of 20 miles per hour. This tornado warned storm has a history. You see all the red icons. Those are tornado icon reports of confirmation of that tornado on the ground. It started just off to the east of Jamestown and not far from Spiritwood, and it's worked its way off to the east toward Valley City, where a tornado was witnessed on the ground. And we do have reports of a large tornado that has been on the ground south of Valley City, although I cannot confirm those reports. Some of them are coming from you, so keep that in mind. We have a toppled semi and a new tornado warning for the storm that caused the toppled semi in Tappan. That's moving into western Stutsman County now. Western Stutsman County, Jamestown. This line of storms out here on the left edge of Hutch's radar, that puppy is moving into Jamestown fast. These storms are moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour, and that's adding to the wind speeds that they're causing. Jamestown, prepare for gusty straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour, possible as we head through the next hour or so. That's what's going on right now. We do want to update a look at the tornado in Tower City. And one thing I want to just do if I can. I haven't done this for a little while. I'm going to go back out here and look at the cameras, and we're going to look at the Valley City, Tower City area. So as we get out east of Valley City, there used to be a DOT site out here near Valley City. That seems to be gone. I just don't have a view, folks, right now. Castleton will be too far away, but let's take a look at what we're seeing from Castleton. Nighttime skies are dark and grainy, too hard to see. Let's see what's going on in Jamestown. How about Medina with the tornado warning coming your way? Boy, dark, dark 30 is just too dark to see much from these storms. All right, that's what we see from that camera network. Let me go back to one more camera network and see what I can show you. And also, let me see your photos. So we'll pull up the Endon site, North Dakota Agriculture Weather Network, and let's see if this reloads with some more nighttime photos. And we got that. Good. Okay, so now we come over here. I'm going to scroll down, get into the eastern part of the state. Well, in Missouri. Mandan, Sap. Okay, we're getting here. Middle Lake Jersey. All right. Lamore County, Marion, this is a look. Southwest, Marion, Wirch looking west. Wishick looking west. The cells are leaving your area. The towers are visible for miles. So if we look at Morton, you can see them coming. You do have some pretty stout thunderstorms coming your way in the Richland County area, heading towards Fort Ransom now. That's what that tower looks like. Here's from the Endon site at Sonora looking west. Milner looking west. Huge tower going straight up in the atmosphere out that way. And I'm trying to get just a little bit. Here's the Beltrami Fertile. Let's look in Fertile, see what we got. We got modest clouds, lumpy bumpies out there from Fertile, and some low-hanging clouds out there as well. And that's what we got. Okay, so not able to show you too much confirmation of what's going on. Let's get back to the radar perusal, and we will look at your reports as well coming up here shortly. Tornado warning, Tower City. That storm is moving close to you. Valley City, all clear. The tornado warning has been dropped for your area as the storm has exited the area there. That's good news. The tornado and the circulating part of the storm appeared to be along and south of the interstate, but heading in the general direction of Tower City and near Fingal and areas from Ariska and Point South. Ariska used to have a DOT camera, but I didn't see it on the page tonight, and I'm not sure why. The latest weather information, 1 1/4 inch hail, expires at 10:45. It's moving east at 18 miles per hour, and I'm hopeful I can pull up some velocity data here. So bear with me while I ask it to show me the money on the velocity data. Okay, so if you look near Fingal, this looks pretty impressive with the greens next to the red on the very far south side of this warned system here. So if we go down here, the problem is the strongest of the winds are the bright greens and the bright reds, and they're very far away from each other. So this is a broad rotation, or maybe the rear flank of the storm working its way down and around the other side. Needless to say, though, it's still a tornado-warned storm, and we still have a couplet, but it looks like to me the rotation couplet is near Fingal right now, moving in that general vicinity of Alice. So in this area, Tower City, you are in the tornado warning. We do have some greens and reds next to each other here, which would indicate some shear right over Tower City, embedded within all of that rain and hail that we see moving towards Tower City and Buffalo as well. So a tornado warning does continue for those areas as well. And as we take a look at the movement of the core of the storm, there's the core of the storm. But again, we're seeing indication of some linear stuff going on down to the south of it, and some wind going on to the north of it, and very heavy hail as well. Not as clear of a definition on the tornado signature with that storm right now. I'm seeing some pretty bright Fort Ransom returns here, which could indicate some tight rotation. Although the Fort Ransom stuff that you see here has the green, which is motion towards Mayville, and then away here, which would be that would be clockwise rotation, and that's not impossible, but it definitely and it can happen. But more often than not, the tornadoes are the cyclonic type. New tornado warning for Jamestown has been issued by the National Weather Service in Bismarck. If you are in Jamestown, it is time to seek shelter in that interior room once again, even though you're picking up the damage from the hail. This line of storms is also going to pack straight line winds that are ridiculous as well. Let's read what the Weather Service in Bismarck has to say. Tornado warning, 1-inch hail. Expect this storm to move northeast at 72 miles per hour. 72 miles per hour. You do not have a lot of time. So at the leading edge of the wind on this is where you see the leading edge of the pink and the green, and the rotating part of the storm is on the interstate and points south. Okay. So this storm here is moving at 72 miles per hour. The leading edge of the gust front of this storm is all along here. So anywhere along here, we can get some of these, they're called quasi-linear, okay, convective systems or spin-ups, and these can basically be pretty strong, focused tornadoes. 72 miles per hour. I don't even know if I can fit it on here. Let's go with that. 75 mile per hour movement. Here's the town list. Okay, Jamestown by 10:43. You got 10 minutes. It's on its way. Wind gusts with this line of storms have exceeded 90 miles per hour and have topped 100 aloft just above the ground. I do think because of the backward C shape that it's more guaranteed that we're going to see widespread damaging winds, but a few areas could see a strong tornado move through as well. This will be moving in the Wimbledon area. Wimbledon by 10:57. Hope you folks are doing good. It's been a busy night, a very busy night. Sanborn 11:01. That tornado warning storm will be in your area. Daisy 11:07. Because of the speed of movement of this, I think things are going to evolve fairly quickly here, heading out into the evening hours. But let's go Cooperstown 11:13 if it maintains its original speed and direction here. So let me back out and try to clear off some of the details I have here for us all. Wow. Okay. Stutsman County, most of Stutsman County, including Jamestown, a tornado warning until 11 o'clock for a radar indicated tornado. That radar indicated tornado is down on the south side of the storm, and it is moving directly towards you folks in the James River Valley. If I pull up data from the Bismarck radar, it might be a pinch closer, but you're 100 miles away either way. So let's see if it rolls here. Give me a moment. I'm going to take a drink of water. It's a long night. I want to get to your questions. The storm moving into Jamestown now has produced wind gusts to 70 miles per hour in 2 reports. It has blown a semi-tractor trailer off the road, injuries reported in Kidder County. And it's moving at 70 plus miles per hour into town. It's not far from you already. Tower City, the tornadic storm moving out of Valley City is making its way in your general direction. Buffalo, Tower City, it's crossing. The rotation is crossing the county line right now. From the radar in Bismarck, I'm looking at the storm relative velocity, and I am seeing some evidence in Jamestown and points south of rotation. I'm going to pull up the straight velocity because these winds will be coming at you from the west. We talked about this a few minutes ago. West winds coming into Jamestown, blowing from west to east. Put the lawn furniture on the other side of the house, get to the basement, make sure that your garage doors are closed and that you are safe. Get to the lowest level on a very sturdy structure, in a very sturdy structure, and put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. No windows, please. Let's look at the velocity measurements with this, is what I wanted to show you. This will be a good estimate of the west winds that the radar is picking up, but these winds are up high above the ground, very high above the ground. That said, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds being depicted by some of these radar things, but on the leading edge, we got 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, which is pretty fitting with what's going on off to the west of you with reports. This is way up above the ground that the radar's measuring this wind speed, so I can't tell you what's making its way down to the ground, but recent reports have this storm producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that's what's heading your way into Jamestown, northern Stutsman County, and along the I-94 corridor here of central Stutsman County as well. I'm going to go right back to this Tower City storm, and I'm going to have to switch radars back to the Mayville radar. Another tornado warning now, Enderlin. Okay, so if you are in Lisbon, the storm warning, the tornado warning for the storm moving through Fort Ransom continues. It continues to show. We did get a Fort Ransom stovepipe tornado. That's a big one, folks. So we got a stovepipe type tornado reported north of Fort Ransom via the public. That report came in at 10:30, just 7 minutes ago. This is a dangerous storm. If you are camping out here, Fort Ransom State Park, and anywhere in between Lisbon and points north towards Enderlin, now is the time to seek shelter in an interior room. You know, there's those rope style tornadoes. They're really skinny and they kind of dissipate fairly quickly. A stovepipe is just a little bit more defined, usually have a little bit stronger wind potential. They usually have a little longer longevity as well. So take this seriously. And that's why there are trained spotters out here checking these storms out for us. Fort Ransom, a stovepipe tornado reported on the ground as it makes its way off to the east. The movement of this tornado is east at 24 miles per hour. Nome, Little Yellowstone, Fort Ransom, and Enderlin and Lisbon are all in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm, so please heed the warnings. Let's give you a little bit of a hint as to when they'll arrive in these communities, moving at that 24-mile-per-hour clip. So here we go. Let me see. Here's the rotating part of the storm right here. Okay, we'll put 26 miles per hour. This says Lisbon by around 11:04. So you have a little time in Lisbon, but some of this storm is moving in this general direction, more easterly. There we go. Okay, so Enderlin by 10:59, the storm will be near you first. Seek shelter now. Lisbon, 10:59. Sheldon and Leonard are in the path of this particular storm as well. Please take these warnings very seriously, folks. This is a pretty volatile night. It's been a long night of coverage here on Hutch's Weather. I'm happy to do it. If you have a question, please drop it because that's where I'm going right now. There's an active tornado warning. We still have very strong rotation showing up on the radar signature in a couple of places here from this storm that's working its way north of Fingal and heading through Oriska and Tower City. There were reports of a fairly large tornado with this storm system earlier, but right now it's a radar-indicated tornado. Getting a little dark to chase storms right now. So again, Tower City, Alice, Buffalo, you are all in the path of this tornado-warned storm. And if you're in Fingal, I would seek shelter as well because I am seeing greens and reds and some spin and shear in that area of the storm as well. Jamestown, checking in on your tornado warning. Please seek shelter in Jamestown. That storm is moving in and blowing into Buchanan right now. Pingree, it's blowing into your area as well. Please seek shelter. Got a new update here. What the heck is this? Tornado warning observed until 10:45. That's the old tornado warning. It just showed me a weird color there in blue, and I'm not sure why. I just wanted to see. Okay, so again, in Jamestown, right now, the leading edge of this storm is just west of town. As the crow flies, I got a lot going on the screen here, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a measurement. The gusty winds are literally, and possible tornado too, I should say, are only 5 miles away, and it's moving at 75 miles per hour. It's seconds away from you if it's not already there. So please, in Jamestown, heed the warning, seek shelter in that interior room. Please stay away from windows. And again, you want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. See this little part near Buchanan that's accelerated out along that boundary right there, just north of you. I'm going to circle this with my crayon again. Right here, that could be one of these QLCS type spin-ups out here. You have outbound winds away from the radar and inbound winds toward the radar right next to each other, just right here. So Buchanan, please be seeking shelter. Pingree, you should be in your storm shelters as well. And this storm is heading in the general direction of you folks in Courtney. Spiritwood Lake, unfortunately, again, some very, very strong winds are likely in and around your area, but also the possibility for a tornado anywhere along this line of storms is going to continue as it moves its way very swiftly towards you at 70 to 75 miles per hour. So that's what's going on in Jamestown. Checking out back by Bismarck, we have a new tornado warning for the Harvey area. If you are in Harvey and Wells County, if you are in the Goodrich area in Sheridan County, North Dakota, please heed the warning. This is a rotating storm north of Goodrich, north of Hertzfield. You can see the green and red next to each other. The National Weather Service says that this storm is wait to see if I can click on it correctly. Okay, for a radar indicated tornado, there's nobody out sighting this one, but we do have the shear in the environment tonight, moving north at only 15 miles per hour, extremely slow. At 15 miles per hour, this particular tornado warned storm with the rotation right here will be moving in the general direction of Harvey as we go through. We get the right speed here. I'm going to go a little faster than 15 because sometimes these scans take a while and I might be dealing with subtly old data. Oh, wow, look at that. 11:18 is about the time that storm should arrive in Harvey. It's mainly in rural portions of Sheridan County now, and it's going to skirt into the western and northwestern regions of you folks in Wells County and Fessenden. So please keep in mind your tornado precautions and take them now. Okay, new tornado warning. Oh, no, excuse me. I'm just seeing things. A lot of colors popping up on Hutch's map here. You go to the regular radar data, and then we're going to go right back to what's going on. We got a new thunderstorm warning for all of these storms for Valley City now, Cooperstown, your TVs and all that stuff, crawling information across the screen in Macville for this huge area of thunderstorm activity that's blowing through our region tonight. Here's what we got going on. There is a complex of thunderstorms. You see this little curly Q comma shaped thing here? This is a complex of dozens of thunderstorms together that have made this complex, and they're forming their own rotation. And that's called a mesoscale convective complex. So this thing is rotating. Along its edge, we have what are called derecho style winds, a prolonged wind event going on in this backward C shape here with wind gusts that have hit 100 miles per hour south of Bismarck tonight and not far from that in and around Bismarck. Along the leading edge of this, we can get tornadoes that fire up called QLCS style tornadoes. They're dangerous, they're strong, and not only that, there's a very good chance of gusty straight line wind damage from these storms. We've heard of a toppled semi. We've heard of tornado reports out in the Steele area near Kidder County out there and Tappan. And now these storms are in the general direction and moving towards Fargo. This line of storms is moving east at about 70 miles per hour into Jamestown now with the tornado warning. So Jamestown, Wimbledon, all areas north of Jamestown and in northern and eastern Stutsman County. This is going to move on you very quickly, making its way towards you. I hear a lot of going on right now, so I need to get back to your comments, and I'll keep you posted on this. If you are up here right now, these storms up in northwest Minnesota, Ada, and points north into Polk County are severe. Hail and wind is a threat. But as far as the rotation goes, we're not seeing it quite yet with those particular storms. We'll keep you posted. You are in that tornado watch until 3 in the morning. Keep that in mind. Okay, so now let's take a look at your feedback. Your feedback: 1, 2, 3, 4 active tornado warnings. This is Wells County. This is Sheridan County. This is Harvey. That's for you. That one's moving north only 20 miles per hour or so. Jamestown. Moving towards you, tornado warned storm, 70 to 75 mile per hour movement. Your wind gusts, straight line wind gusts will come out of the west, and also embedded in that straight line wind gust, we will likely see areas of tornadic activity. There have been confirmed tornadoes with that one. Moving into Tower City and Buffalo, here in parts of Cass County, North Dakota, out of the extreme eastern reaches of Barnes County, an active tornado warning for a storm that has a history of producing multiple tornado reports tonight. I don't know if it was one long-lived tornado or multiple, likely multiple, both north and south of the interstate as it went in and around the Valley City area. That is moving in the general direction of you folks now in Castleton, Mapleton, and eventually Fargo. We'll keep you updated. I'll keep you updated as to whether it remains severe and continues to spin. Lisbon and points north, you're in a tornado warning as well, as a storm exiting Fort Ransom produced a tornado report. A stovepipe type tornado was on the ground reported near Fort Ransom tonight from that particular storm. Now, as this stays up on your screen, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so you can really see your area. And then I am going to review while I'm talking to you about your reports and your feedback. See if we're still getting it. First and foremost, I'm hoping I'm still live. I'm hoping you can still hear me. 1 minute ago, Roxy says Cormorant Lake area, Moorhead. Yes. Emily, Roxy, Zachary, Horace. All of these areas will have a chance of storms tonight. I cannot tell you if the thunderstorm will hit downtown Fargo or Moorhead or Horace or any one community. There's a solid line of storms, and it looks like a solid line of storms. And I've heard people say and ask, well, it always seems to split as it goes around Fargo. It doesn't really split. What happens is as it gets a little bit closer to town and closer to the radar site in Mayville, the storms take on more definition because it's closer to the radar. We can see the individual cells that are next to each other versus this huge line from long distance. At long distance, as the beam expands, the radar beam expands, these storms look like a huge wall of storms, and then they split and go around the radar. They don't really split. Castleton, Bemidji, Battle Lake. Yes, Michael, the storm line is going to be heading into Otter Tail County. You're in the tornado watch. I do want to say that many of the models that we looked at just a bit ago did show that this line would likely be along and north of Interstate 94. So keep that in mind as well. Halstead, yeah, there's this real big blowy line is going to be making its way out to the east. Reed Timmer is live and was just on a QLCS tornado near Jamestown. What is QLCS? Well, these are quasi-linear convective spin-ups or systems. And what looks like a line of wind damage and bow echoes can have embedded tornadoes that are really, really strong. So if he has one near Jamestown, then that storm in Jamestown that's heading towards you is very, very dangerous. Now, when we just looked at the radar data in Jamestown, now we got a new tornado warning that we need to cover. So I'm not going to ignore your questions, but what I want to say is you can kind of see a trend for this system to slide a little bit north. So real quickly, before I get to the new tornado warning, I do want to say that there's been a vacating of the storm activity in this area right now. It was solid all the way down towards Mobridge, South Dakota. It's not solid in that area anymore. That's a good sign for our southern counties, possibly. Okay. All this stuff is kind of moving in an east and northeast direction tonight. So I'm circling the area where I think things are most likely. That doesn't mean that things means that every spot in that circle is going to get whacked by a storm that's severe. What it does mean is that's where I would be paying attention. Now, we could be seeing some storms that do take a turn and go south. That happens sometimes. They're called right turners. So essentially, we'll be watching these very closely. Storms can take on a mind of their own. They throw out boundaries called outflow boundaries. Let's get to Jamestown. Jamestown and a new warning for Carrington and New Rockford. Whoops, my crayon is still on. Pardon me, folks. I got to put my crayon back in the box. Okay, New Rockford, Carrington. You see the backward C shape here. Grace City, Kensal. Tornado warning. We have what looks like a leading edge of a Boeing line segment here. An observed tornado's been reported, 1-inch hail moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. A similar situation. If you are in New Rockford or Carrington, if you are in the Great City area, and if you are out in the Mackville area towards Binford, McHenry, you folks need to be seeking shelter now. Now, looks like the storm has made its way through the Carrington area, but you still have some ridiculous and redonkulous winds there. You are in the tornado warning in and around Carrington. Here is a look at the storm relative velocities with this, and it's a mess. The radar's burping a little bit here in different layers away from the storm. Honestly, cannot depict anything useful out of that particular scan here, other than to say near Grace City. It looks like near Grace City, we do have some possible shear there, but with this last scan, it's pretty unclear. Let me go to the higher level scan here real quickly as I look up on the radar data and see if nope, it's still wonky there too. So there's a little bit better data, and it is showing some spin and shear near Grace City. So let's go with that. This storm is capable of a tornado, and it's moving at 70 miles per hour. Anywhere along this leading line here, you could see tornado type winds and destruction. We can't pinpoint exactly where it is right now based on the latest radar scan having some features that aren't fun. But Grace City now, as we go to Tolna, 1113. As you go towards Pekin, we're looking at 1115. Mackville, 1120. Michigan, 1130. Petersburg, 1133. So keep in mind, it's moving so fast, it's going to be on you in a hurry. Fessenden, the tornado warning for you. And Harvey area, let's see if I can go over there.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, so I would guess we got another thunderstorm warning. So Fessenden, in your area, the tornado warning does continue. We are seeing some shear or spin with the storm right here by the Highway 30 sign north of town. I'll get my crayon back out of the box, and it's right in this general vicinity. Here it just got a new scan in. So anywhere along this line here, I'm seeing some areas of shear along this punching outflow from the storm. I say it's almost guaranteed that many areas will see localized gusts upwards of 50 to 70 miles per hour with embedded tornadoes in these storms. So it's just a dangerous line of storms moving north of Fessenden right now. Putting the crayon back in the box, moving over to Harvey. For Harvey, the tornado warned storm is moving in your direction, but not at 70 miles per hour, a lot slower. It was moving at 20 miles per hour earlier. So I'd have to switch back over to the Bismarck radar for better data on that one, but that storm is going to be in your general vicinity. Let me go ahead and get my measuring tool out here. The rotating part of the storm moving at about 18 to 20 is 1123 for that particular storm. So if you're in Harvey, be prepared. You may need to seek shelter as that storm approaches your area. I'll keep you posted. New thunderstorm warning has been issued. Look at this. Ada, Foston, your whole area in Polk County now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Thunderstorm, not tornado, as we have active weather working its way through Polk County. This includes Fertile, Foston, northern parts of Norman County, northwesternmost parts of Monoman County. So there are the communities in the new severe thunderstorm warning. 1.25 inch diameter hail with the possibility of some 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm. I need to turn on the regular radar data here so we can see it. Oh, Fertile, that storm's picked up just south of you. Let's hope we don't get a lot of hail on the crops up there. Gary and Points North. Gary was hit just ridiculously hard, I believe, last year by just a terrible hailstorm. That storm forming over Gary, heading towards Bijou, Winger, and Erskine, and moving its way north and east. The movement of this particular storm, see if I'm having problems with the clicker. The movement of the storm, is moving northeast at 26 miles per hour. That storm is on the doorstep of Fertile right now. And it's a long line of storms again with some areas, not all areas, getting the possibility of 60 mile per hour gusts. The hail core looks like it's closer to Fertile and points south of town there. And again, with its speed of movement generally in that 25 to 30 mile per hour range, puts it near Winger by 1106, Mentor 1118, and 1120 for Erskine. So if you're up at the Mentor area, the Lake area, Red Lake area, 1143 for you. So that's a look at that. Now let's get back down towards the Fargo storm area. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the Tower City storm. Wonderful news there. Wonderful news there. If you're in Tower City and Buffalo, you were under a tornado warning there. Those storms have now, at the latest, the risk for the tornadoes has dropped. It does say tornado possible, though, as you see here. So we can't rule it out. But if you are in the area of Tower City and Castleton, we do have that risk for some pretty stout thunderstorm activity, 1 inch hail. And then behind it, remember, we have a line of windy thunderstorms making their way in. Zooming down south to Leonard, Kindred. Boy, look at this storm out here. This is still got the kidney bean shape to it. Okay, So the kidney bean shape that I'm talking of is right here, and it's just in Enderlin. That's the rotating part of the storm right there. Usually it's called a hook echo, and that hook echo is right over Enderlin. That is where the likely tornado is. It's moving east. It was moving at 30 miles per hour earlier. I'll double check that. It's moving towards Leonard. Leonard, you got rain, you got hail, you probably got wind. Alice, same thing. As long as this thing is moving east, as the last few scans had shown. Notice the original tornado report was a stovepipe tornado in Fort Ransom. It's moving a little bit north of east here is where this notch in the storm is. So east northeast at about 30 means Leonard could be seeing wind and hail and rain, heavy rain, and then it's followed up by the potential for a tornado. If you're in the Leonard area, I would take caution to the wind here and seek shelter in a sturdy structure. If you are camping anywhere, get out of any non-secure structures and make sure you're seeking shelter. Get out of campers, mobile homes, anything like that, and get into a stick structure that is mounted to its foundation, or better, a brick structure that's mounted to its foundation. The basement's best, but it's not necessary. Just get to the best building and sturdy structure that you can possibly get to. I will time this out for you again. I want to double check the movement's 24 miles per hour now. It says east. I'm going to go with just a little bit northeast with this. That definitely has that signature of a hook echo right there. And we can check the velocity on it right now too, as we take a peek at that. Pardon me while I look it up. There we go. Yep, we still do have the greens and the reds next to each other on the backside of the storm. Let's go ahead and motion the rotating part of the storm right in this general window here. I'm going to do it east-northeast, and I'm going to do it at about 30 miles per hour. So we'll put it at 28 to 30. Enderlin by around 11:01. The storm is over you now. That's the rotating part of the storm. 11:12 near Sheldon, and Leonard by around 11:37. So a dangerous storm with a history of producing a pretty large tornado called a stovepipe tornado. Working its way through there. Here we go, Jamestown. Let's see if we got wind gust reports here right now. That is a nasty wind gusty storm, and it's now already pushing towards Sanborn and Rogers. So the dangerous wind part of this storm is making its way through Jamestown right now. As far as velocity goes, let's see what the straight velocity the radar is measuring moving into it. It's well, this one was producing some 80 mile per hour, 70 to 80 mile per hour wind potential, and it still is high, but it looks like right along the leading edge there, folks, is where it's the strongest right now. The single site radar data shows that Wimbledon, the tornado and wind threat is moving into your area as we speak, particularly up here where I see this little button taken out of the storm near Courtney. That could be an indication of where we could have a tornado as well. Some hail moving into Wimbledon and Courtney. Kensal, you have strong thunderstorm, and again, as mentioned, Spiritwood Lake. The wind gusts right now, as we take a look at these, are reported in Jamestown. Let's see if I can. 49 mile per hour wind gusts measured as of the latest report there from the storms making their way through at the gauge site. But indeed, we are likely to have had or have seen some gusts stronger than that. All right, let me get to your reports, but I'm going to leave again, as I've been trying to do the single site radar data. No, I'll leave up the radar of the region so we can try to load that up. All right. Okay, so this is what's going on now. Active tornado warnings on this curlicue-looking storm system working its way out of central North Dakota into the eastern third. Devil's Lake, Maddock, your area is in the line for these gusty storms. These ones here on the north side are moving a little slower. So if you are in Maddock, and if you are in these areas here in western parts of Ramsey County and Benson County, I should say, those areas will have a chance at seeing this line, but it's only moving north at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. This backward C-shaped thing here is the derecho. And the wind, particularly in the curvy parts here, wind gusts could exceed 80 miles per hour in spots, and they've been up to 100 tonight, but I haven't seen a report that strong for a little while. So we'll just kind of dial it back a little bit. Now we do have this backward C shape pushing through Jamestown now in Valley City. It's heading towards you now. As it crosses into western Barnes County. This very windy line of thunderstorms is also heading towards you folks again at Lake Ashtabula and any of the lakes country here as we go into parts of east central Minnesota, North Dakota as well. Getting an extension of thunderstorm development now out towards areas north of the Brainerd Lakes area, Bemidji as well, and a severe thunderstorm cluster pushing north and east through parts of Polk County right now as over fertile with some hail potential to around an inch in diameter. If you get a report of that, let me know. I'm leaving this up right now. I might zoom in just a pinch more so you can kind of keep your eyes on that. And then what we'll do is take a look at what's going on with your reports. Again, it's getting late, but these storms are approaching the FM area pretty close now, as you can see. We'll diagnose the threats with the storm moving into Fargo as we speak. But let's take a quick peek at your feedback right here. You see, Peramary, these storms are going to be crossing the Red River shortly. The ones, though, the windy ones, though, that are making their way into the Stutsman County area through Jamestown and moving off to the east appear to be moving along and north of Interstate 94. The storms that are approaching Fargo, Lisbon, those are going to be Southern Valley storms, and those are the ones with the very strong tornado warnings that have been out and about tonight. The tornado watch, by the way, goes until 3 o'clock. I can look at some parameters here for you. Thanks, Hutch. Tom Schrader just gave you a shout out. Thanks to Tom Schrader, my close affiliate and friend, who I worked closely with when I worked out in my Bismarck days, and we continue to work closely. He is covering everything out there in that Minot area, and it's one heck of a long night, but that's what we're here for. And it's a different type of coverage here on the streaming channels because we don't have to take a break. What do you think of the outflow from the line of storms west of the supercell near Fargo once you do catch up? Trying to catch up, but there's going to be a lot of stuff going on here. Outflow boundaries are things like where these storms burp out their winds and then they kind of move out fast, have gusty winds, and then they sit there for a second. But those can be a source for another fire up. Or if outflow boundaries crash together, they can sometimes cause a new line of storms. That's why it's hard to tell if they're going to dive south of Fargo healthy style or not, Sean. I'll take a closer look when I get a chance. Sherry, how bad for Fargo? There's a long line of storms moving our way that have a history of a tornado, but the very good news is most recent scans have shown that the tornado that went through Spiritwood area, the Valley City area, and moved on to the east and was heading towards Tower City, that rotation has weakened substantially. I'm going to look very closely with you all about Fargo because it's coming into Fargo. Storm 2, Jamestown, no power. Thank you. William, I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks, Hutch. Tom Schrader gave you a shout out again. Thank you, Tom. You're the best. And again, if you're in the Minot area, check out Hey Tom is On. Hey Tom is On. He worked, I don't know how many years up in Minot. Was it 26? I think so. As here in the between Bismarck and Fargo, 28 years. I think Tom was the same, or maybe even more. So wonderful experience for our region between Tom Schrader and myself. So yes, that's wonderful to hear, and I appreciate his coverage out there as well. Let's see. You're welcome for keeping you updated. Hail and fertile. Thank you, Derek. Let me know how much you got there, or maybe the size or the diameter of the largest stones is very helpful information. Thank you very much. Is Alexandria going to get hit by storms right now, Alicia? My hope is that they're going to stay a little bit north of Alexandria. It doesn't mean I hope they hit northern communities, but it looks like the trend is more northerly right now. Like I just said, though, we can have that tilt where they kind of start curving to the right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Thanks for keeping us updated, and that's all I'm going to have for now, so I'm going back down. And now let's go to the YouTube channel, make sure I'm not missing nothing there. Kiku the Manakit. All right. Please address Mayville. Quite afraid and haven't heard much. We got you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the storms going on in and around the Mayville area and check in on what is going on with the ridiculousness heading towards Fargo. So back to the radar we go. Huge area. The tornado warnings that we have on board right now is for the Lisbon area and southern parts of the Cass County area as we go in. This big backward C shape is what we call a derecho that has a comma shape to it. It is a complex of thunderstorms that's spinning. This was accelerating eastward at 70 miles per hour. It may slow down, but oftentimes these things kind of reinvigorate. If we get south flow flowing into these puppies all night, they could last all night. These guys are in the warm front zone here. There is spin in the atmosphere here as well. But they've been limited in their development until we got to the 11 o'clock hour. And it looked like to me, earlier models suggested all of this nonsense was out of our area at 3 a.m. That's 4 hours. Well, that's a long draw. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on. I need single site radar, so I'm going to pull her back up here and we'll show you what's going on. We'll walk through the tornado warned storms first. So tornado warning, Lisbon area, actually Enderlin and Leonard. Got to get to the single site here, Hutch. So let me get that. Okay, yeah, we still have um, a high amount of shear and spin in this storm that's making its way through the Enderlin area. Once again, this storm has a rotation. It's moving off to the east at a clip of about 25 miles per hour or so. And again, near Enderlin. So if you're in Enderlin, you should be seeking shelter. Anywhere east of there towards Leonard, that system is making its way in your general direction as well. And this area here where the red and green next to each other, this one did have a report in Fort Ransom here moments ago of a stovepipe type tornado. I have not heard a report lately. So now it is a radar indicated tornado. With its speed of movement, if you are in Leonard, just to make sure that you are aware, the warning goes till 11:30, moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. We're going to track it from the leading edge of the reds and greens, making their way through, even some blues mixed in there for the color rainbow. And we'll pop this puppy out to about 30 miles per hour. Sheldon, 11:12, 11:34, and Leonard Kindred, 11:55, Walcott, 12:03. Again, Leonard Kindred, between 11:34 and 11:55, this storm will be moving in your general direction. You are not in a tornado warning yet, but I'll be watching it for you here on Hutch's Weather. All right, as we go up to Fargo, we can see this leading edge of flow making its way through. I'm switching my velocity product to straight velocity now. Why? Because it's looking right into the storms that are moving to Fargo. It'll give me a good estimate of the wind speeds that these are blowing out. 50 mile per hour winds or better. What's in here near Gardner? 60. Okay, so we got Argusville to Gardner. The radar's picking up a quality measurement of outflow flowing away from the radar, a wind from the west-northwest at 60 miles per hour on the I-29 corridor between Gardner and Argusville right now, heading towards Pearlie and the Red River Valley. That will be moving in the general direction of Harwood and also of the airport in Fargo. North Fargo, from this line of storms, stands to see the best chance at seeing that activity moving in. So North Fargo is more likely to see impacts from that wind that's making its way out that way. Now let's take a look at the single site radar data, and you get this backward C shape. Let me get my crayon out. I think it got stuck in the box. Okay, there it is. So along this leading edge here, that's the line of thunderstorms moving in the general direction. The wind gusts will likely be from the west-northwest. That's an interesting feature, isn't it? I'd love to see a little bit of a loop of the radar data. There it goes. Yeah, so those winds will be gusting out from the west-northwest into Harwood, Georgetown, Hendrum areas right now. Those winds could be as high as 60 miles per hour if the winds that the radar is measuring just off the ground mix down to the ground. So 60 mile per hour wind is severe wind as it works its way off to the east. All right, that line of storms heading into Fargo isn't moving too fast. More likely to see some activity from the Castleton area and Tower City making its way towards us. But notice, oopsies, gotta put the crayon away, Hutch. All right, this is moving, the stuff moving in towards Fargo is windy, but the main wind event is here. The backwards C shape moving into Valley City. The Valley City area is under the gun for some very strong wind potential. 90 mile per hour wind observed. 90 mile per hour wind observed with this storm moving into Valley City in seconds, in minutes. Please, in Valley City and at Lake Ashtabula, seek shelter. Get out of your campers. You know what? If you got to weather a storm like this, stay away from any trees. Those can get toppled. I did hear reports of some storm power outages as well with the storms, and obviously with broken trees and such. That kind of stuff can certainly go on. So keep that stuff in mind as you're looking through or working your way through the evening hours here tonight. And now let me take a look at what I've got going on. So the tornado warning does continue. It looks like it's okay, we can see the movement of that storm is just a little bit north of east, by the way, heading in the general direction of you folks in Leonard and Kindred, and that's where it's moving. Lisbon, you are still in tornado warning, but that storm is staying north of you. So for your area, we're hopeful, but it's moving directly toward Leonard and Kindred at this time. So Valley City, very gusty winds. There's going to be some hail where we see this storm line making its way right into Daisy at this time. That's a pretty good hail core. 1.5-inch diameter hail possible. It says tornado possible. That's those QLCS tornadoes that we could see. I will look at the velocity data and see if I can make anything of it. It's been real hard to keep up with this 70-mile-per-hour moving storm system. There's red and green rather next to each other, not far from Valley City, just north. I'm not telling you a tornado's on the ground, but that is an area of shear and spin. And Hannaford, you have some pretty tight spin in that area. Notice how this wind is bursting out right here. I don't know if it's right here. I'm going to look closely. Okay, right here, this is bursting out, boom, right here, and this is blowing away from the radar. So right here, we do have an area of shear, and that is that QLCS stuff that we've been talking about. These are not necessarily gust nados. Gust nados are a little bit different. Those are more short-lived type of little spin-ups. I wouldn't equate them to a dust devil, but they can be dangerous and they can have strong winds. But these QLCS tornadoes can be quite violent. 90 mile-per-hour winds. Hannaford, Laverne, and Valley City right now from this line of storms making their way through. Let's take a look at what's going on here with okay, this is... There we go. I'm sorry. Okay, tornado warning continues there. Line of storms, gusty winds heading into Ada. The strongest wind crossing off into northern parts of Cass County and Clay County. Northern Cass, northern Clay, where you see the bright red here, that's the gustiest wind. That could be 60-mile-per-hour winds up there in the northern part of the county. And that has no warning at this time. I'm not issuing a warning. I'm just saying that's a strong gust of wind aloft that could be mixing down to the ground. Way south, if you're in Oaks and Ellendale, I haven't forgot about y'all, but there's not a lot of thunderstorm activity right here. But what we do have is that threat for the gusty winds. So the National Weather Service says here that we do have 3/4-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible for Ellendale and Oaks. Lemoore, there's some shear in this thing again, right along this leading edge. If you're in Dickey and you're in Lemoore, seek shelter. If you're in Verona, seek shelter. That's got some spin associated with it there as it works its way through. And it's pretty strong even near Litchfield here, just south of Litchfield on the most recent scan. So a very tight rotation. 2-inch hail was reported there at 9:20, but that's a while ago with the first round of storms as round 2 makes its way through. Still have a tornado warning for you folks just downwind from Macville. Binford, tornado warning. A storm with the curve. You see this little wiggle in the line here, and that green and the red next to each other. There could be a spin up there. There could be a spin up just north of Binford. If I get my Crayola back out here, or crayon, I'm sorry. Boom, right in here, and then right in here. Couple areas that I'm concerned about. Embedded in all the rain and stuff, we got this little nonsense going on, but it's not nearly as strong as on the leading edge of the gust front. Okay, so if you're in Macville down towards Annetta and Sharon and Finley, please seek shelter. Dangerous tornado warned storm there. That tornado warning now is in effect. Whoops, you got to put the crayon away. Sorry. Okay, if Hutch ever remembers to put the crayon away. All right, yeah, we got a tornado warned storm here. That is for almost all of Nelson County, parts of Griggs County, and the northwestern corner of Steele County. That's in effect until 11:45. It's moving to the northeast. Look at that speed, folks, 63 miles per hour. So a tornado could hit any of those areas, but gusty winds are very likely in all of those areas along that storm front there. So let me time it out for you here. I'm going to do a manual tracking of the leading edge of this puppy right here. We're talking this whole line here, and it's moving up to the northeast at a ridiculous rate of speed. We'll put it at 60 miles per hour. If you are in Cooperstown, it's now. Macville. Now, it says 1124, so it's right on your doorstep. And there's some shear located there. Finley, 1128, Lakota 1130, Michigan 1139. Northwood is in the path of that, but not in the tornado warning. We'll keep our eyes on it. It is heading in your direction. Grand Forks, Larimore, Emerado, the air base, all of you have a very, very windy derecho type windstorm making its way towards you with some embedded tornadoes possible tonight. That's moving north. Also, moving east through Valley City right now is a very strong line of storms that's moving its way now in the general direction of you folks in Castleton as well. So here's the leading edge of it right here. I better get my Crayola back out. Here's the leading edge of this gust front that's working its way through. We've got shear here. We've got shear here. And again, if we read the text from the National Weather Service on what they're saying with regards to this storm, essentially tornadoes are possible anywhere along this line. I'm just trying to do my best to pick out where this is. Near Valley City, we see the little red area there, and south of Valley City, next to the greens. So let's get right up. I got discombobulated here. This area and this area are both areas along that leading gust front edge that seem to have some shear, again, in and around Valley City. So this is moving fairly quickly. It's moving at 63 miles per hour. And again, a tornado is possible. I want to see if I can find a look here at my tornado. But let's go ahead and take a look at the power outages. I did hear there were some with the storm. So let's get you up to date with what we got on that. So here we go. Hutch's weather trying to keep you up to date. North Dakota that has some power outages. Go figure. Look at Pennsylvania. Same thing in California. Now, as we go ahead and interact with this, we'll take a look and see what's going on. But basically, in the state of North Dakota, we've got multiple counties that have power problems here from these storms. 406,000 customers are tracked on this device here, and 19,000 are without power. Stutsman County is the big one. There's power outages in Stutsman County, and there are about 7,000 people without power. In Valley City, 3,500 people tracked and a 1,300 count for the people without power. And in Griggs County, Cooperstown, it looks like about 1,000 people without power. So there are some power outages along here. And in Morton County, 3,100 people are without power. We had terrible winds to around 100 miles per hour in Emmons County, and we got about 115 people without power. That's an update. Power outages possible tonight from our line of thunderstorms. Power outages are happening tonight with our line of thunderstorms. So let's see. Oh boy. All right, everybody, we're doing as good as we can. Okay, we're doing as good as we can. It sounds like there's some delays at the Fargo airport as well. I have some family flying into Fargo tonight, and I'm learning that there's some significant delays. So check your flights. Flights that were supposed to arrive at about 8 o'clock tonight are delayed until about 3 a.m. 3 a.m. is when the tornado watch exits. So people are getting stuck in different places.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch.
That was not me. Okay. Tornado watch has been issued. Let's go get you up to date on that. Hutch is going to do that right now. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the tornado watch. Matt. Oh, where'd you go, tornado watch? Okay, you got to zoom on out and zoom on over. Okay, we knew about this tornado watch, and I do believe it's the only one. I was wondering if they issued another one on the other side of this, but I don't see that. So the tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. For western Minnesota and all of our eastern North Dakota counties. I do think the threat is over in McLean County and up in Ward County as far as the tornado threat goes, but there is this curlicue right here in the center. Notice the strongest hail core right now. This kind of is a fun way to look at it, but there's these little numbers that are assigned on these radar daubers here. And those little, I'm going to shrink this down so I can see what I'm doing. So if you're in Fost and you see the one there, that's 1 inch diameter hail. So it's an easy way to look at it. This cell here that's moving up into the central parts of Polk County, not far from Fertile, 2 inch diameter hail. with that particular puppy. As we look on what's going on near Fargo, we got 1 inch diameter hail. That cell's moving off to the northeast towards Ada and Halstead at this time as well. So Fargo right now, what do we got heading towards us? This windy line is going to pass us to the north. What we got to watch for is the stuff moving out of Valley City in the main wind event. This Enderlin tornadic storm and the tornado warning there continues. It's moving east-northeast. It's in Enderlin right now, it looks like the rotation is. So we got, my apologies, I got a little carried away with my scrolling there. So you got the greens and the reds still next to each other. There's still pretty tight rotation. Enderlin to Sheldon and heading towards Leonard right now is the actual tornado warned storm. And we got a new tornado warning in Valley City and moving east. So let's get to that right now. Okay, stretching the neck. I haven't moved. I might have to stand up and do some jumping jacks here. So let's see. New tornado warning. Tower City. You're in it. Look at that. Holy cow. Just north of Ariska, you've got this green and red couplet. It's very clear to see. I'll get my Crayola back out of my pocket and Shazam. Okay, that's where it is. That is a very, very strong evidence of a couplet. Now it's already moved to the newest scan, so let's go right here. That is very tight, and I would be surprised if that one wasn't producing a tornado on the ground. The National Weather Service says it's a radar-indicated tornado, and that's where it is. So let's go ahead and time it out for you so you can see where this puppy's moving. Again, if you are in Ariska, if you are in northern parts of Cass County now, including Page, including rural areas north of Buffalo and Tower City, this system means business here, and it's on its way to the north and east. I got to remind myself here where what the speed of that tornadic storm was. It's fast, 68. It's a fast mover, folks. So please heed the warning right now. Give yourself time to get to your safe place. This is moving east-northeast. Okay, 65 miles per hour it is. Tower City, it's going to be there in 3 minutes. That's unbelievable. And now it looks like the core rotating part of the storm is basically north of Tower City, just right here. I got to switch my radar. My apologies. So here is the warned storm. Let me move that over. My apologies, everybody. I'm still trying to get used to using the single screen event here since I'm traveling on the road in the Twin Cities at a car show. Okay, this red and green couplet right here is where I'm circling. That is the new tornado warning north of the Tower City area moving into northern Cass County. It's on the county line right now. That is the couplet that's moving off to the east. It will be in Arthur by 10:45, Hunter by 10:48. And close to the 11 o'clock hour, but just before that in Gardner and Purley. That's on the other side. That's a long ways away. That's because it's moving so fast. So if this couplet, if this QLCS spin-up tornado continues to move to the northeast, embedded in this line of gusty winds, it's going to move fast. And notice this, it's crossing over the Red River Valley. So what this means is the gusty winds that went through the Bismarck area, through the Wishick area with the 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts is catching up to and overtaking the main line of storms here. This is an interesting thing. There are some more storms forming out to the east of us, though, and I'll try my best to keep up with all of these different storms as we go through. So let me see here. Tornado warning does continue for these areas in northern parts of Cass County. This does not include Fargo, but the gusty line of winds is coming to Fargo. So let me do a little analysis for those of you in Fargo wondering, is this thing going to hit and when? So let's go to do that. To do that, I'm going to need to measure how far this gust front is from Fargo. It's moving to the east at 70 miles per hour. So West Fargo is where we'll go. 41 miles away. That's 70 to 75 miles per hour. It's about a half hour away, folks. So midnight. So when the clock strikes midnight, there's going to be some wind moving into Fargo. It's time now. That's only a half hour. So what I want you to do in Fargo is batten down the hatches. The one thing I'm pretty confident about, I'm just looking at you in the eye as I've got some wild radar data behind me, but the one thing I'm confident of is anywhere from this along this leading edge here is going to see some isolated areas, not every area, isolated areas of gusty winds, and they're going to be damaging winds. 60 to 70 mile per hour movement of the storms and wind gusts to 90 miles per hour have been clocked in the last little bit. So keep that in mind. Now, looking at the radar in Fargo and looking at the regular radar data, here is this backward C shape making its way towards Fargo. And again, a half hour and that gust front will be in Fargo. That's hard to believe. Now, it could go a little bit north of town, right? So we've got all these warnings down south with a wind report even. We did get a wind report of 80 mile per hour in Lemoore. That surprises me because the radar looks blank there. I wonder if we're missing some radar data. No, we're not. It's just the wind, the gust front blowing its way through the Lemoore area. Nasty, unbelievable winds. Okay, so anywhere along this backward C shape, you can see it's catching up to the tornadic storm right here. 2 tornado warnings. We got a new tornado warning now. That does include Leonard. It does include Emden, Alice, Sheldon, and also Durbin. New tornado warning along Interstate 94 and south in Cass County. All right, everybody, this is getting a little bit too close for comfort. So in Fargo, you got about a half hour. That gust front, if it keeps moving at 70 miles per hour, the gusty line of storms, it's going to be making its way towards us in about a half of an hour. These storms are going to interact with the tornadic storms, and who knows what's going to happen. That'll be an interesting thing to see what does transpire. I've got storms firing for you folks in Deer River, all the way out towards Grand Rapids, Bemidji. You got storms in Fertile. There continues to be a hail core just meandering around your area as this long, wide boundary of storms continues to throw up your way more stuff. Macville, a tornado warned storm is pushing into your area right now as well. Bottom line for Fargo, now is the time. You got about a half hour till some of these storms are going to be making their way into our area, particularly this gusty line of storms that has a tight couplet making its way into the Valley City area. So with that, it's just time to make sure your garage door is shut. Try not to park your car right under the tree. Batten down your furniture on the deck. That's a good idea as well. You'll want to make sure that you're in. I would just get to your safe room now because these storms do have a threat of tornadoes tonight. I'm not trying to scare anybody. It's just a fact that we have some storms that are kicking out tornado threats along this. I'll call it the derecho, the huge storm system. Do you see this little eye in the center of it developing? It's really cool here on the radar. You got this counterclockwise circulation just forming right here. And this puppy is moving slowly its way to the east. I shouldn't say slowly, 60 to 70 miles per hour isn't slowly. It's going to overtake our original thunderstorms that have tornado warnings moving through southern parts of Cass County now. I'll be honest with you. This will be interesting to see what happens to them. But if you are in Fargo, we will be very close to having some of these tornado warned storms move through the metro, particularly on the south side. Comstock, if you are in Oxbow, if you are in the areas south of town near Horace, those areas will stand a better chance at seeing this first wave of tornado-producing storms that we know have produced tornadoes pushing through I-94 and point south. And following that up is this curvy thing here, and that is called a derecho. And it is just an organized cluster of thunderstorms, this rockin' wind reports upwards of 100 miles per hour. That's straight line winds. But on the leading edge of those straight line winds, we get what are called quasi-linear spin-ups. And these things, convective systems, and those things are really causing all of these tornado warnings we're seeing now. Devil's Lake, you included. Anybody on the lake this weekend, just please make sure, as we've been saying, that you get out of the campers and the mobile homes and the park model homes and get into something more sturdy. This is not moving as fast northward as it is off to the east, but it is moving. You see this puppy right here, that eye in the storm, that on the backside, but we still got some strong storm activity in and around Harvey. You get out there, out towards Minot, things look a little bit quieter right now, and these storms are festering up out toward the Arrowhead of Minnesota tonight. as well. What in the world does this mean? That means that the models that I was showing you a couple of hours ago, I don't know how long I've even been on now, but essentially showing that these were going to take a track more north of the interstate. I believe that's going to happen. So I do believe places like Wadena, Detroit Lakes, you'll have a chance at seeing some of the south end of this stuff. A lot of this stuff shows on the models that it's really going to focus more on places like Bemidji, Boston, Walker, Duluth, as it goes into parts of Minnesota tonight. If you haven't heard, I'm joining you from the Twin Cities. I am here for the car show. It's a Back to the 50s is what it's called. And there are upwards of 10,000 classic cars here at the fairgrounds and throughout the city. Well, nobody wants any of this kind of weather around, but that's why I'm out of town, and that's why we're broadcasting from a different set of equipment than I'm used to using. So thanks for being patient with me. Thanks for hanging around. And now we got these storms moving in on Fargo, Macville, Grand Forks. You are also in the line of the storms. Let's time these out for you. Watching from Mayville. You too. You're asking about Mayville. Let's go right to the radar and I'll show you. Right now, as I take a look at the line measurement, the Mayville storm, the storms heading in the general direction of Mayville are only 26 miles away, moving at 75 miles per hour. That's a third of an hour it'll take to get to you. 1/3 of an hour. Okay, so we're talking about 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes to prepare for very, very windy storms, and the possibility for an embedded tornado in there cannot be ruled out. And I'm not saying it's going to be everybody gets this. It's just going to be in isolated spots we get tornadoes. More spots will get wind gusts upwards of 70 to 90 miles per hour as these storms blow through. And we have power outages with these storms that have been reported across the region, including Stutsman County, the worst, Barnes County growing, and we'll see what happens with the rest of these storms. Huge thunderstorm warning now includes you folks in White Earth, Detroit Lakes, not Cormorant Lakes on the south side of Becker County. It includes northern Becker County, all of Monoman County, and Boston. But we continue in that warning in and around Polk County now tonight as well. Fargo, they're getting dangerously close. Let's go ahead and take a look. Now, this is called a composite radar scan. And what it's doing is taking all these slices out of the atmosphere, taking the most intense reading from the radar over your location, and it plots the most intense color it sees all the way up. That doesn't mean that's what's hitting the ground, but it helps us see where there's hail cores and where the strong hail cores are. Macville, Nelson County, you got a hail core moving in on you. There's not a lot of hail in Cass County, but if there is, it's for you in Enderlin in the tornado warned storm. Let's get right to you and see what we got going on with this storm here. I'm going to get to the National Weather Service data as well. It's an observed tornado, folks. Okay, we have an observed tornado, 1.75-inch hail, and we also have that thing moving east at 24 miles per hour. So that is one nasty storm. Observed tornado means, it's very serious. So Enderlin to Leonard to Alice to Davenport to Kindred. I want you all getting into your storm shelters now. Get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, get to somewhere more secure. I know it's storming in Kindred. I know it's storming in Leonard right now. Let's see if we can locate the rotating part of this thunderstorm as we speak. Did you text? Okay. All right. So I'm trying to let some family back in Fargo know that there is storms. I'm usually at home to tell them that, but I want to make sure that they know. The boys too would be good also. Thank you. Leonard and Kindred, you can see this rotation in the shear right over Leonard and just off to the north and east of town. That's where the rotation is. Let's go with my crayon. So right here, I said crayon. There we go. There's the crayon. All right. So that's the very tight rotation. It's near Leonard. It's moving east. So it's going to be Leonard and points north. We're talking about the highway right here toward Davenport. So Davenport and areas from Kindred to Leonard and north are in the track of this tornado. And it is a confirmed tornado now, folks. So please heed the warnings with that. Here is the line and the ETA on arrival. Know that these things can speed up and slow down a little bit. I'm going to take the tornadic part of the storm and move it at about 30, not 20 miles per hour, because our timing might be a little off on the radar scan I'm showing you right now. Leonard, 1145. That's not too long. You have time, but it's mainly going to be Leonard and points north, and it's right now. Right now, there it is. It's just north of Leonard, right here where you see the blues next to the reds. That's extremely fast winds. That is a nasty Doppler radar scan right there. So that's a mean storm. If you're in Leonard to Castleton, in between Leonard and Castleton, that's where that thing is moving east towards Davenport by 11:59. Kindred, you are not in the tornado warning yet, but this storm is moving exactly towards you. And Horus, remember I said Horus and Oxbow? Look at who's on the list here. Horus by 12:14. So I'll be keeping my eyes on that. Christine as well, a little bit farther out in time for that. So we'll keep you on guard. Here's what's left of the tornado warning that was in effect for Tower City. There it is. I can tell you it still does have some rotation and shear in the storm. The red is motion away from the radar and the green is toward. So you just saw that. So here's motion toward the radar. Here's motion away from the radar, and that is the counterclockwise spin. So there's some motion there and a little hook thing there. And we got more on this side right south of Page. I do think that the rotating part of the storm is still strong. I think if you're in Arthur, if you're in Armenia, I would hedge caution to the wind and make sure that you're seeking shelter in a very sturdy structure in the lowest floor possible. Turning my crayon off and putting it back in the box here. Now let's get back up north. New tornado warning has a new shape. Petersburg, Lakota has been included in it. I do want to let you know that there is some shear and spin in and around and heading towards Petersburg and Michigan right now. Are two areas along this very long warning that I'm most concerned about that could have that shear and spin in it. So this tornado warning is heading in the general direction of you folks in Larimore as well. Keep in mind, this is a radar-indicated tornado, and they could pop up anywhere along this leading edge. It's moving at 63 miles per hour, folks. That's a lot of fast movement. So that tornado-warned cluster, I'm just going to call that a line of tornado-warned storms. There's another rotation heading towards Northwood, folks. Just saying that now. 63 miles per hour, we'll go with that. Okay, I'll put it up a little higher. Northwood, that there is a rotation down here. Let me see if I can put me up here. I got to see where I'm pointing. I'm sorry. I don't have my normal scanning computer here. So, okay, as we take a look right here, there's this red and green right next to each other here heading towards Northwood. There's a spin there. Doesn't mean a tornado's on the ground, but it is a tornado warning. There's spin there heading towards Northwood. You're not in the warning in Northwood right now, but it's moving so fast it won't take it long to get there. You're on the top of the list at Northwood for when it arrives. Here's the area in this area heading in the general direction of Larimore. You're not in the tornado warning yet, but there is some shear showing up right here along this boundary. It's not as strong as what I'm seeing down here. And up here near Lakota, I'm seeing another area of shear, and that's moving to the north and east. Do you see what are on the list? Grand Forks, East Grand Forks, 1218. So this line of storms here is moving in this direction. Grand Forks, Manville, these areas are all in the track of that movement because it's moving so quickly. So you do have some time till about that 12:15 time frame, about 45 minutes. I'll keep my eyes on what's going on here, folks, but if you're in Grand Forks, now's the time to take this one seriously. There is Grand Forks County under a thunderstorm warning. That's the yellow boxes. Hutch's pink boxes. Those ones are my tornado warnings so that you are aware, and I'm sure you have been aware all night. Okay, Fargo, storms moving in very quickly. Foston, Ada, I'm seeing some, that's a weird looking scan. I think they're doing some scan changing here. Let me go ahead and go back up here to the single site radar data. Okay, so if you're in Foston, if you're in Bagley, if you're in Monoman, there are storms in your area. Hail and gusty winds are there now. But notice the wind gusts with these 70 miles per hour is no picnic for sure. That's from this leading edge coming your way. These things have been kind of sitting near Foston, right, and Fertile for some time. I feel like it's been almost an hour of thunderstorm activity in that area. 70 mile per hour winds and a hail threat of about an inch in diameter. Bagley, you're in there in Clearwater County as well. Bemidji, you're surrounded by severe thunderstorm warnings. I mentioned this storm earlier. moving into the Deer River area has become severe now, moving right into Grand Rapids. So prepare for some sizable hail in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. More on the way overnight, by the way, for you folks. Yeah, it's just getting started. Okay, we got terrible high winds behind these storms. Notice that the radar shows light green out here. It does not look like a big deal, but there's still warnings going on. What's going on? Well, there's something called a wake low. And behind the storm, we get in the wake of the main stuff that's moving our way right now. You see it coming towards us. Considerable damage threat from thunderstorm winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds still possible with the storms out west. Okay, so we do have a few things going on back out to the west, Sheridan County, Burleigh County, once again in Kidder County as well. So getting back down into the meat and potatoes of southern Cass County. Okay, we do have a confirmed tornado at last report on the ground. Look at this. Tornado, Enderlin, public reported, this is south of Leonard and south of Enderlin, reported southeast, estimated by radar at 11:20, 20 minutes ago. That area is now moving well off in towards Leonard right now. Okay, so the spin in this storm is, let's go ahead and pull that back up. My apologies for switching things around. Okay. Well, I hate to say this, but the radar data here is a little bit on the wonky side. I think there's some things going on here, but you see what this is measuring. 145-mile-per-hour outgoing winds, but it's everywhere, and I just don't believe that. That's junk. So there's some problems going on with that area of the scan. I wonder if something's like messing with beams. There it is. That's more gooder. Hutch likes this. Now I can see. Here we go. Leonard. Yep, we've got a Doppler indicated tornado possibly on the ground just near Leonard and north of Leonard right now. Where I've got my cursor with these wind speeds, the green is wind blowing toward the radar at upwards of 100 miles per hour. I thought I saw 100 mile per hour in there. Yeah. So as we zoom into this area right here, 90 and 100 mile per hour winds blowing toward the radar just north of Leonard. And then here on this side, we've got 90 mile per hour winds blowing towards Leonard. This is your tornado. It's right here. It's north of Leonard. Let me get you a distance as well. That distance is from Leonard. Well, Leonard, you're in a tornado warning. You should be seeking shelter. It's near you or over you right now. That couplet is meeting, though, it's right above the ground right here, only 4 miles north and northeast of Leonard right now, moving towards Davenport at 30 miles per hour. Davenport, you're not in the tornado warning. That's a strong, I can't emphasize this enough. That is a strong couplet with strong wind velocities right here. And this is heading east. It's on the right edge of the tornado warning. We'll see what the National Weather Service does with this, but Davenport, southern parts of Cass County, south of Fargo-Moorhead, will likely be under the threat of that rotating storm anytime. That does include you folks in Kindred. So let's see what happens with the warning as we go through. I'm seeing shear and spin in Lisbon again. There is strong shear heading towards Enderlin again. This is along that gust front, right? So here you go, right here in the Enderlin area. I would seek shelter in Enderlin. This windy storm line here has some shear and spin making its way right into your kitchen again. So that's a dangerous area as well. So there's a lot of boxes on Hutch's radar screen right now, and just suffice it to say, this backward C shape we've been looking at all night long is heading into northern parts of Cass County now. Hope and Page, you have a tornado warning. But that's over Arthur now. I think that's over Arthur now. That's a QLCS right here. Let's go with that. I'm circling that right here. This area near Arthur, heading towards Gardner, that is a very tight couplet or rotation right along the leading edge of the gust front. That is dangerous. I do believe if I was in Arthur or Gardner or Argusville, I would be seeking shelter in the interior room on the lowest floor possible for this dangerous line of windy thunderstorms. And again, I had to stop so I could think about what I'm saying. Again, this is a line of thunderstorms moving through. Not everybody's going to see it, but I think there are going to be isolated tornadoes and spin-ups along this line that extends from the Devil's Lake area all the way down to South Dakota. And just outside of Lisbon and south of Fargo. There's going to be a few areas or more areas, not a few tornadoes, but there's going to be more areas with gusty straight line winds between 60 and maybe 90 miles per hour is the most recent gust I saw out there in parts of southeast North Dakota. So this is just a nasty line of storms. Beyond that, the hail threat has been reducing a little bit. Earlier this evening, we had 3+ inch diameter hail in Jamestown, 3.5 inch diameter hail. And that threat has diminished somewhat. Most of the warnings are now popping up with 1 to 2 inch diameter hail threat. The tornado warned storm is heading here towards Fargo. It does look like it's going to be heading in the general direction of southern Clay County along and south of Interstate 94 right now. I will throw caution to the wind and say that this leading edge of the derecho, the windy thunderstorm cluster that's heading our way, that could also cause some spin-ups moving into the I-29 corridor in the coming minutes. So let's get back to the regular radar display. Wowzers, what's that? Okay. There we go. Okay, we have one tornado warning now, and it's the southwestern parts of Cass County. It does include parts of Richland County, Sargent County. We also have gusty straight line winds. It does look like there's a pretty decent hail core near the Leonard area right now. That's the tornado warned storm. That's moving east at 30 miles per hour and will impact areas from near Fargo and points south. Otherwise, this backwards C-shaped storm, and I'll get my crayon out for this, is impacting everywhere along this line I'm drawing right now. Okay. So you're getting more storms returning to Lisbon. You're getting more storms moving through Fort Ransom. You're getting more storms moving through Foreman. Ellendale had storms and the radar didn't even look all that bad, but they had gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour down there in Dickey County and Lamore County. Jamestown, you still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Jamestown, Carrington, for this swirling mass of thunderstorms right here that's bringing what you might call like this return flow off the backside. Again, I call it like a wake low on the backside of the low after it leaves you. And the center of the low is right in your page here. That's the area where we're getting gusty winds with these storms that continue to blow, power outages and the like. When was this wind report here? 11:10. So just a bit ago, we had 73 mile per hour winds east of Carrington. So again, the wind gusts 70, 69, 69, and what was this one? Sorry, I got roll the radar up a little bit. 80 mile per hour wind just a little bit ago. And that was in the Lamore County area. So these storms are making their way in. So I do anticipate a good chance for Grand Forks, for Grafton, for Park River, for Lincoln, for Cavalier, all of our communities in the Benson and Ramsey County area that see this curved line of storms moving in. Many will see gusts over 50 and 60 miles per hour, usually in isolated places. Isolated tornadoes still cannot be ruled out. And we have evolving storms now developing in parts of northwest and north central Minnesota. Bemidji, Hibbing, Grand Rapids, all the way through parts of Mahnomen County for Bijou and points north up there. And we also have that in the Norman County area for you folks in Ada and Borup. Now, notice the warning does move and is extending to the south and east towards Park Rapids. Okay, so a couple of interesting things then with this. That means this line of storms here taking some motion to the south and to the east towards Becker County. This backward C derecho system is moving east into the Red River Valley. This is moving north towards Grand Forks, Emerado and the base and Larimore. This is moving up towards Park River and Grafton, Devil's Lake. This is going to be moving up north. Then on this backside, this stuff is all kind of swinging around this way, heading back into Jamestown. Okay, so that's kind of the big picture right now as we take a look at it right here and now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and erase all my coloring, put my crayon away, hopefully. put that away too. Okay, now let's zoom back out. Tornado warning does continue for that one isolated cell. Looking across the region, this is what we got going on. We are the show in town. There's a Billings thunderstorm heading out towards you folks in the big sky country. Okay. It looks like to me that the tornado warned storms.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, sorry about that. I've got my phone telling me stuff at the same time I'm trying to figure things out. I'm going to look back now at what's coming into Fargo here. We've got, I don't know how many boxes. And believe me, folks, if it's confusing for me as a meteorologist who's been working around this stuff for the last 30 years, all I got to say is it's fast evolving. There's a lot of boxes on here, and some of them are crisscrossing, and it's getting a little bit confusing. If it's confusing for me, it's confusing for you. I'm confused only because there's just a new warning now that does include Fargo-Moorhead. So we're going to do that. Kindred, you're in a tornado warning now. So I told you that one was coming. Horus, tornado, Comstock. We talked about this moments ago. That tornado warned storm is going to be near Davenport. That's just in the South Metro area, folks. So I'm going to watch that very closely in the coming minutes. Otherwise, this tornado warned storm all night has been a slow pokey sucker. It's been moving at 20 miles per hour from Jamestown, Valley City, and south, and then it started working its way off to the east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. It's getting caught up by the main line of storms that moved out of Bismarck earlier, moving at 60 to 70 miles per hour. Again, I told you I'd want to watch that interaction closely, but Fargo is now in a thunderstorm warning. Detroit Lakes is under 2 thunderstorm warnings. Let's just try to unravel this Rubik's Cube for you. Possible tornado for Fargo is in the message from the Weather Service. I'm not trying to scare anybody. Storm motion is 80 miles per hour. 80 miles per hour. Destructive threat for winds, and the wind gusts to 80 miles per hour can be expected from the storm. So, family and friends in Fargo and Moorhead, West Fargo, Horace, the area, Dilworth, Holly, all of you now need to be taking your precautions because the wind is going to start kicking up at any moment in isolated places. And we can't rule out a tornado. I'm going to watch this close as it moves through town. And in fact, I'm switching back to my velocity display now if my computer will be friendly enough. And I really hope my stream is working good. Again, I'll let this radar scene come in, but I'm going to get to your questions here really quickly. Storms moving into Fargo now. Lacey says something. What does that mean? I can't see what it says. Can you look at Pelican Rapids? The storms in Pelican and out in Lakes Country are going to be moving your way, and they're moving your way shortly. Tornado warning. Hutch just got a tornado warning for the FM area on the phone. No, it's a thunderstorm warning for Fargo right now, but a tornado is possible. So I do want to be clear on that. Thank you very much. Braden, thank you for watching. For all of you watching on my current YouTube channel, I appreciate that. Tornado threat in Glendon. Yes. Yes, there is a tornado threat. So back to the radar I go. Let me get to the questions on my YouTube channel. Look at Foston. Foston, thunderstorms. Strong ones, gusty winds to 70 miles per hour, and you could get more of this windy stuff that's coming out of the North Dakota area now. You had storms over you. How possible is a tornado in Fergus Falls? That's more likely to your north. Do you think the tornado warning is going to move towards the FM area? Yeah, I do think it's staying south of us, but that's what we're going to analyze now. So let's tear this apart. If you are anywhere where you see any of these yellow boxes, the number one threat is gusty straight line winds. 70 to 90 miles per hour. I'm going to say that again. The number one threat, gusty wind from the west, 70 to 90 miles per hour, anywhere in the yellow boxes that you see, near Fargo, in Fargo, or beyond. In Kindred, there is a tornado warning, and that storm is quite dangerous, and it is quite strong. Now, when we go ahead and go down into this, I'm going to have to load up let's load up the radar actual velocities. There we go. So right at Davenport, right at Kindred, there is green. That's motion towards Mayville. That's the radar. The red and pink is motion away. That's the spin. All along that whole area, there's shear and spin making its way in. So anywhere between Davenport, Horace, and Kindred, there is a tornado threat. So we're going to track that first. Here's the tornado risk area. It's moving east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. I'm going to put it at 31 just because of scan differences. Kindred 11:58. It's now. So Kindred to Davenport, it's over you now. Horace at 12:08. The tornado warning includes Frontier, by the way, so Southern Metro. Anywhere in the far southern reaches of the metro area. Let's go with 52nd and point south. There is a chance of a tornado, and in fact, I think it's a little north of that. Yep, let's go north. Okay, so Kindred now, Horace 12:08, Comstock 12:23, Wolverton and Barnesville in the distant future, and I will be here to cover it for you. Now look at Fargo, right up here. I see some shear moving into the southern metro area, and it's right here in Fargo. So if you are in the southwest zone of Fargo, around 32nd Avenue, right here, Prairie Rose, there is some weak shear and spin in this storm, and at times it's not weak, but it's along this gust area from the front moving in. And even out here near Fargo and now Moorhead and Dilworth, there's some shear in the storm. So the wind is getting a little bit crazy in and around the FM area. And look at what's going on in Harwood. If I clock this velocity, this is straight velocity. What that means is this is the actual wind the storm is, the radar is measuring aloft above the Fargo area. It's measuring 52. But this is trigonometry here. It's measuring 52. The wind's moving from west to east, and the radar beam is catching a glancing glow of that. So it's likely a lot stronger than that. So let's just say that. We got some strong winds in heading towards Georgetown and Harwood right now that could exceed 80 miles per hour by trigonometry. Let's go down here in Fargo, and we've got south winds blowing into South Fargo, north winds blowing into West Fargo, and there is some shear over our area. So just heed the warning. I think it's best for you and your family to seek shelter at this late hour of the night, the midnight hour. Okay, so I'm getting reports of sirens in the Moorhead area from family out there. Oh, okay. Maybe it's in Fargo that's sounding the sirens. It sounds far away, but those sirens are not made to alert us in our house. So it could be those sirens are turned in different directions. It's going to get noisy in Fargo. It is noisy, and God, this is just really strong winds making their way through these areas here with some shear and spin going as well. Let me get to the storm relative velocity here, which will be better at erasing out some of the storm motion or adding the storm motion. Okay, so Pearly, Hendrum, there is a couplet right there. There is some shear, and that is along that boundary right here. So yeah, this area has some spin. Oh, I got my wonky radar again. We'll wait for the thing to clear up, and I think it will. But Kindred, you are in the tornado warning. It's over you, and it's moving in the general direction of you folks in the Leonard area. I got to put my crayon away. Come on, radar, catch up here. Yes, go ahead. You can speak. Okay, sirens going off now, says friends of the family. So thank you. In Fargo. So in Fargo, gusty winds, the number one threat as we go through our Friday night, soon to be in 2 minutes, Saturday morning. Kindred, a dangerous tornado is possible there. That tornado was observed with the last tornado warning. See here if I can turn this on and get the latest from the National Weather Service. The threat is considerable. The tornado was observed. It's moving east at 40 miles per hour now. So remember I said the interaction between the gust front that's moving at 70 and this pokey storm moving at 30, it's speeding up the thunderstorm that has the tornado is what's going on. If we look back down south here at Leonard, you're still in a tornado warning. There's 2 tornado warnings in that same area. Let me see if I can load up this. This is what I want. Come on now, cooperate. Nope. Okay. All right. Some of the data is looking a little bit wonky. Here it is. There it is. Okay, so in Fargo, south of Fargo, Prairie Rose, Frontier, Horace, we do have some shear in this storm right here where you see the pinks next to the greens. That's dangerous. Prairie Rose, we have some shear next to your neck of the woods as well. If I go ahead and take a look up north, Harwood, no, more unidirectional there. I do think that there are some very strong winds rocking their way right across the river right now. So Fargo from the airport on the north side has more westerly winds blowing in. Gusty winds in West Fargo from the west are likely quite strong right now. I can't give you a measurement on that. I will put up the wind measurements here in a second. Dilworth, Glendon, the gusty straight line winds will be on their way, and there is a chance of a tornado anywhere along this line. It looks like to me there's some very strong rotation, just Horace and point south towards Comstock. Horace towards Comstock. Christine, please seek shelter in the interior room in this area. There are some very nasty, gusty winds punching through this storm right now, and we've got rotation showing up in this whole area along that leading edge. It doesn't mean there's a huge tornado that's that large, that's miles wide. No, that's not the case. But along that area is where we have the greatest spin to create that tornado. There was an observed tornado with this storm. Keep that in mind too, please, as you're seeking shelter in the lowest floor of a very sturdy structure. Fergus Falls, Perham, you are in a thunderstorm warning. Let me cover that for you. Considerable threat from wind damage, as Hutch has been saying. The number one threat is wind, 70 to 90 miles per hour tonight. The number two threat is going to be an isolated tornado that's embedded in those gusty winds, and they're very hard to keep up with and look for, but I'm looking for them all night for you. We also have the third risk of some hail, upwards of 1.5 inches or so from some of these storms. We also have the threat for some flooding rains because it's been raining dogs and peacocks for some time now across the region. And I will take 1 minute here to take a look at the storm total estimates of rainfall real quickly as this color pops up. So you're getting your second and some of you your third round of rain out in Stutzman County near Bismarck. 3 and 4 inches of rain showing up on the Doppler radar estimates. I should say 2 and 3.5 inches of rain. Jamestown, you're in your second or third round of rain, and there's more coming, folks. So on the backside of the system, you're at 2.4 inches, 1 to 2 inches in around northern Barnes County and western parts of Cass County. North of Fargo in the Trail County area, 1.2 inches of estimated rainfall. So flooding and flash flooding will be most likely a problem along the county line with Sheridan County and Burleigh County. We're talking Wing and Tuttle and all them fancy towns there near Wilton, Washburn as well. Okay, back to the Doppler radar. We go and look at the radar with the, I'm going to go right to the shear and the spin. Okay. And as things populate, I'm seeing one good sign. I don't see a tornado warning right now. Let me go verify with the Weather Service. So pardon me while I take a look at my browser here on the same screen and see any word for Grafton. I will zoom up on the radar. Thank you for asking, Nathan. I don't mean to ignore anybody in the Northern Valley at all. Any word on Grafton? Is it coming down? Okay, let me see with the Weather Service. Okay, let's go to the Grand Forks one. Let's get to the most right. A lot going on here. Behind the line, decent rear inflow jet leading to another round of very strong winds over Stutzman County, 90 miles per hour again. So that wraparound stuff we were talking about, that wake low is what we call it in meteorology. It's in the wake or in the backside of the storm, and strong winds are still making their way down to the ground. Tree limbs on the road, ND 46 and ND 18 in southeast North Dakota. Thank you for that. And I'm looking at Southern Cass, particularly dangerous tornado messaging.
National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning.
Oh, we got a flash flood warning just now. So let me go ahead and pop that up too. So all I can say is there's a lot going on and a lot is changing real quickly, and we'll try to keep up with it for you here on Hutch's Weather. I see the flash flood warning for you folks in Norman County, in Ada and Fertile. Beltrami, let's see what the flash flood warning says, if I can get to it here. Let me see. So the flash flood warning is saying, I think, there it is. Flash flood warning doesn't tell me how much rain, but I was just talking about that just now. So heavy rain has caused flash flooding in these areas. So Fertile, Beltrami, Bijou, Gary, Ada, Twin Valley, Borup, Hendrum, and Shelley are all in a flash flood warning. turn around, don't drown. If you're driving tonight, do not drive on rural roads you're unfamiliar with, and low water crossings, watch out for those. Not many low water crossings in the Red River Valley, but just watch out for rushing water in areas it could wash out roads. Heavy rain heading into Waban and northern parts of the Becker County area. Here is the big normal radar data. What in the world? There it is. Okay. Wow. What an interesting display on the radar. It's heading through the Red River Valley. I promised you I wasn't going to forget about Grafton, Park River, and Grand Forks. Here you go. Terrible thunderstorm activity tonight, folks. The number one threat, gusty winds, 80 mile per hour anywhere along the line. It's moving into Thompson now, Northwood now, Buxton now, heading to Crookston, heading to Red Lake Falls, St. Hilaire, and Thief River Falls. If you are in Manville, if you are in Grafton, those storms are moving in your general direction. I will go ahead and time these out for you folks in the Northern Valley. And again, my apologies if it seemed like I forgot about you. I haven't. We've got things moving in all parts of the valley right now at the same time. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour or so puts this Thompson storm in Grand Forks by 12:20, Grafton by around 12:30, okay? The main threat is still the gusty wind, 60 to 90 miles per hour. Isolated or embedded tornadoes cannot be ruled out. Drayton, 12:51 for you. Cavalier, how about that? Way up there, those tornadoes, that's the high school mascot, the Tornadoes of Cavalier. 12:45 for you for the storm ETA at the current rate of velocity and speed. Now, down here in the Fargo area, again, I don't see the tornado warning anymore, so that must have expired. And that's good news. I will take a look at the velocities and see as the storm moves through if I can pinpoint any areas of extreme concern to Hutch, because it's rapidly changing because it's moving at 70 miles per hour. Yes. So where you see the greens next to the reds here on the storm relative velocity along this area, that's where we have the interaction with this outflow coming from the storm that's blowing winds at 70 to 90 mile per hour potential with the inflow into the storm. And that's where we can get some of these spin ups. I'm even seeing some still on the backside with this other return flow down out near the Leonard area once again. So it doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground in any one spot, but where I see the brightest greens next to the brightest reds, rather, that's where I am a little bit more concerned than not for the possibility of a spin up. That's Dilworth, that's Glendon, not far from Sabin either. There's a little bit of, see how jagged the line becomes here between the greens and the reds, and it's where those jagged areas are that risk will be a little bit higher. Also, in a windy thunderstorm situation, there are a couple of other products that I can look at, but I'm just not going to. It's evolving too quickly in the area. Let me go and look at the wind gusts that I see measured right now in Fargo. 33 isn't bad. I think I saw, 74 mile per hour. What? That's at Hector International. 74 mile per hour winds. Good thing your plane isn't landing in that, folks. That's just nasty. 53 mile per hour current gusts in Jamestown. If you are in Oaks, it's a 52 mile per hour gust at the most recent gust report there. Gwinner, 49 miles per hour. Fergus Falls getting gusts to 40 miles per hour. 45 for you folks in Boston. Crookston, 47 mile per hour gusts. Only 23 in Grand Forks, but the storm is coming. And we have 66 mile per hour gusts right now in Harrington. I got to tell you what, it's a windy night from these thunderstorms right now. As we take a look at the temperatures associated with the storm, it shows that we still have 70s. Look at the Sisseton nonsense. 84 Watertown, 84 Sisseton, 81 Wheaton and Morris, 82. Okay, so we still have 80s here where Hutch is in the Twin Cities right now, and it's muggy and hot. We look at the dew points, and they were in the 70s earlier. It's almost 80 now. A dew point of 80 in Wapaton, darned tootin'. Now, that's very humid air. Well, those south winds blowing into the storms that are feeding the storms for Bemidji and for Deer River and for Hibbing, all of those areas have lower dew points or drier air, but it's not real dry. It's pretty moist there too, but it's super soggy air here over the Southern Valley. So we do have winds gusting terribly. We have a flash flood warning for you folks in Fertile, Beltrami, Ada, on up into parts of Monoman County. It does look like I got a hail course showing up on the far south side. So let's dive down there and see what's going on there in Lisbon. I can't not look at the velocity down here because there was a tornado. Usually these southern storms and the late night ones have the better chance at getting some rotation. They're kind of unfettered air, and they have the direct access to the inflow. So that means Milner, Leonard, Kindred, Windermere, those areas. And that's a hail core out there, out by the Milner area. 70-mile-per-hour wind observed. Tornado possible. Let me look for you at the rotation in this storm. All right, let's do it. Let's wait for the radar. Okay, we're waiting again. Here we go. Right here near Leonard and Kindred, we do have some flow away from the radar in Kindred, but it's toward the radar here, which is a backwards shear situation. But out here, from Leonard down towards, say, Sheldon in that area, there could be some shear in that. This is getting closer to maybe the Aberdeen radar, but I almost hesitate shifting radars. Sometimes that has bit me in the ankle tonight. Okay, nope, it's not going to bite me in the ankle now. Okay, so we do have some pretty good shear showing up from two different radar sources, but it's backwards shear. It's clockwise shear. It's not counterclockwise shear along this boundary between Leonard and Windermere. So we do have some storms working their way through there. And I got to take a drink of water. Okay, I got to check my channels. Some of them might kick me off. Okay, Comstock. We do have Comstock, Horace area. There's still some pretty spinny stuff right there. We got red near Horace, motion away from Mayville, or excuse me, away from Aberdeen. I switched to radar, and then towards on the west side of West Fargo. So that one storm that was moving through the Kindred area towards Horace and Comstock still does have, from time to time, indications of rotation, and we're looking at a couple of different radar sites with that. So keep that in mind. Okay, let's go back to the Mayville radar. I think it's getting tired of me changing my mind. Nope, it's going to play along this time. Okay, good. All right, so the gusty straight line winds are working their way through Fargo. Those gusty thunderstorms are pushing into Dilworth. They're heading towards Hawley and Glendon. And Grand Forks right now is seeing a change in wind, and there's the shear line right there. So motion away from the radar in Thompson, but toward the radar, away from the radar in Grand Forks. That is the inflow into the other storms, or the south wind. And then the Thompson winds are into the radar at Mayville, and that gives us a little bit of shear along that boundary. So Fordville, there's some spin or shear right in your area near the Peasic and Inkster areas. So those areas do have some pretty strong winds pushing up to the north and east. That's moving towards Minto, Grafton, and Park River right now. Will eventually be in Stephen, Argyle, and on towards Hallock here eventually. Can do, no warning for your particular area at this time. Harvey continues in an area warning for thunderstorm winds. 90-mile-per-hour winds on the backside of the storm from the northwest. That is unbelievable. That is terribly strong. I'm going to go to the Deering radar out near Minot to get a better wind measurement from those. But again, I'm changing my mind on the radar, ain't I? There we go. Yeah, while this loads up, I just want to tell you what you're looking at now. I'm going to go to straight velocity, and that's not going to correct for motion. And I want to measure how fast the wind is measuring up at cloud level here. So I'm seeing some 50, 60 mile per hour winds in some of these outgoing winds. So I think is what I'm interested in. It's pretty interesting. We still got inflow here, so that even near Sykeston and whatnot, the radar is picking up some serious direction changes in the eye, or on the backside of the eye of this storm. So I'm not seeing any 100-mile-per-hour estimates right here on that, and that's good. Now, when we factor in the storm motion, we might be able to pick up if there's any shear or spin in these storms. Again, Wells County, if you are in Eddy and New Rockford, if you're in Foster County, Eddy, Foster counties, those areas seeing that same risk for gusty winds to 90 miles per hour. Down in Stutsman County, Jamestown, once again, you folks also have that risk of some ridiculous, redonkulous winds with the storm. Thunderstorm threat, considerable damage, 70-mile-per-hour wind threat in Jamestown. And when you look at the regular radar data here, let me turn that off. It doesn't even look like it's raining that hard in Jamestown. So there's not really your classic thunderstorm rain signature there. but there's certainly wind. All right, let's get back to the Mayville radar here and cover Fargo, Grand Forks as storms move into our core area of the Red River Valley now tonight. What do we got going on here? Thompson heading right into Grand Forks on the south side, heading into East Grand Forks from the south side is that leading gusty wind storm that was working its way through parts of East North Dakota tonight. So with this, those storms are continuing to produce a little bit of hail threat. Notice we're not seeing nearly as much in the pink here, which would indicate that we do have a decrease in the hail risk with some of these storms now into the late night hours here as we cross the midnight hour. Not the case with the wind threat with the storm as it works its way off to the east. So that's moving into Grand Forks. Let me time that out for you. It's on your doorstep. It's moving at like 64 miles per hour. So let's just say now in Grand Forks, and we'll time it out for the rest of you on the northeast side of Grand Forks. This line goes all the way down towards Ada. Fertile, you're going to get it again. This one's moving. That's why you got that flood warning, because here comes some more rain. 64 miles per hour is the speed of movement of this line of storms. I want to point out a fact we talked about earlier, if you're with me. We've got these thunderstorms that are kind of dotty and spotty across the area, and you're like, hey, how come that line of storms split around me just south of Grand Forks? You see that where it looks like it's split around that area and it just weakened? It's really close to the radar, so the radar can make out the individual thunderstorm cells now. There is some weakening going on. Make no mistake about it. But what looks like is splitting to you is just the ability of the radar to better detect the individual thunderstorm producing storms, heavy rain and hail producing storms, I should say. So as we take a look at what's going on in Grand Forks, Crookston, 1220, your next round comes in. Fertile, your next round comes in. Well, there's a little rain coming in now from Beltrami, but it's coming in at about 1224. Warren, 1239, Erskine, 1240, on towards Thief River with your first round of thunderstorm activity, I believe, tonight coming your way by around 1250. If the wind persists, wind will be the number one threat. An isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. It does look like the risk of that is weakening or waning a little bit, but there'll be these embedded tornadoes in that main gust front line. I got a lot of comments coming in. Detroit Lakes, Monoman, Nadawash. Nadawash, you got a pretty healthy storm right over you right now, and that's moving off to the south and east. Through White Earth and on in towards the northern reaches, maybe out towards, what's that, Heideland Lake out there? One of my favorites as you go out towards beautiful northeastern Becker County. So gusty thunderstorms with 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Again, I apologize for all these crazy lines drawn over the top of each other, but these storms are just there. Every one of them could be capable of 60 to 90-mile-per-hour winds. Every one of the storms means they're capable of it. Not every location is going to see that strong of winds. Let's do a check back in on the Fargo area. In Fargo-Moorhead, the storm is making its way through. There's heavy rain. The hail potential does not look to be too big. The wind threat there is big, but some of the shear winds, the ones that are the potential for tornadoes, is what I want to look up on now, and I'll do that. So the sheared winds show motion toward the radar in Hawley and away from the radar in Glendon. So anywhere you see any zigs and zags along this area of red and green could be a good or better chance at seeing a spin-up occur. That's between Sabin and Barnesville on I-94 there. There's a little bit of green next to the red that you see, basically heading into the general direction of Barnesville right now. Now, we do see in Fargo-Moorhead that we do have some very stout, come on, there we go. It's really a weird color there. That blue is a bad beam, so we'll work with it here. And I don't know if it's a weather service thing, if the radar's showing this on all radars, or if it's just this. It could be my reception here because I don't have my normal data flow rate that I'm used to. So some of my computers have been acting a little bit slower than usual. I do want to point out that we got outflow through Borup and Ada, and that outflow is blowing out very fast towards Ulen. So in Ulen and Hitterdal and Waban, you could be getting some pretty terrific winds coming in right now. So expect wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. Let's see what this warning says. 80-mile-per-hour winds observed. So let's go with 80-mile-per-hour winds. Let's see what these are saying for wind speeds in here. Yeah, I suppose in the windiest spots, we could get some 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is a loft, by the way, above the ground, and it's getting some 70s popping up here. So certainly we could be getting some spots near Nadawash, from Ada right to Borup, Felton, Hewlin, and Hitterdal. That gusty wind from the northwest is coming your way. Expect northwest winds in these areas as they're blowing in from the west-northwest. Okay, that's a look at that. And when we go back to the radar display, let's see how high these cloud tops are. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. My apologies. Earlier tonight, we had 60,000-foot cloud tops, which is high. That's very high for around here. These storms, usually the storms with the greatest elevation have the greatest chance for hail, strongest updrafts, better chance for possibly, I should say, producing spin-ups. We got 50 to 60,000 foot Bemidji storm here by Black Duck, I'd say, and out off to the east of Bemidji. We do have a 55,000 footer heading into northern parts of Becker County, north of Detroit Lakes, heading toward Park Rapids, a very tall and robust thunderstorm. And we have 60,000 footers over Fargo. That's a lot of rain. They're 60,000 feet thick. So those are some tall storms. We also have very, very tall towering storms heading right into areas near Kindred right now. So Kindred, 55,000 foot plus, 55,000 foot plus moving into the Barnesville area. And storms are, we're on the backside of the storms here, 48 to 50,000 foot now over the FM area. Out to the west, notice how they decrease a lot out here. That's why it's so impressive to Hutch that we're getting 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts and reports out in our western counties in the James River Valley and the Cheyenne River Valley, up in the Devil's Lake Basin, Harvey. But these storm cloud tops are only 30,000 feet. The main event is past you. The wind event is not over yet. That means for Fargo, when this gusty wind moves by us, we're going to continue to see that threat for wind into the very late night hours from the northwest. So let's go back. Oh, look at what's going on out by Hibbing. This is a huge storm. Okay, so these towering tops here are starting to really puff up. Meadowlands, 60,000 foot. What? Grand Rapids getting a 60,000 footer, as well as Nashwauk up there by Hibbing, seeing some near Iron Junction and heading towards Virginia. So Hayward, Wisconsin, heading towards Ashland and the Islands area there in Wisconsin, near the Big Lake, the severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Okay, so we got some really big development blossoming now up by Hibbing, and all towering thunderstorms, really ginormous ones, working their way in. Now, as we do look at what's going on, I still see embedded shear and concerning shear to me from Kindred to Christine and Comstock, but it's on the outside of the beam's ability to see very well. So it should be better than this, but I'm getting a lot of splotchy data for some reason. So suffice it to say, there's still that possibility for a tornado. If I was going to pick out where that might be the most possible, I don't know. I don't mean to pick on you, Kindred, but there's the greens and the bright reds next to you, right next to each other. Valley City, we continue to see some strong winds heading in your general direction. And Cooperstown, very gusty winds in those low top storms making their way towards you at this particular time. These could be some particularly damaging winds as we go into the overnight hours. These could last all the way through Bemidji, Lake of the Woods, and Hibbing. We may have to take a water break here and maybe play some music. Let's go ahead and see regular radar data. We do have Grand Forks, very strong thunderstorms moving into your area and just south of you right now. Fisher, right on that the road Fisher and Crookston there, Highway 2. That looks like we could be seeing some hail cores in that. There is some backward C shape to this, which would indicate some gusty winds. Those gusty winds would likely be coming into Thompson and Grand Forks, and they would be from the, west-southwest here. along the leading edge of the storm. So blowing into Crookston, heading towards St. Hilaire, Red Lake Falls, Thief River Falls, and Manville. Gusty straight line winds capable of 60 to 80 mile per hour heading your way at this time. And the windy threat does continue for our friends in Fordville and Lincoln, and Park River. See if I can turn my crayon off here. There we go. Okay, so yes, up in the Grafton area, Grafton, Minto, Park River, the storm is pushing toward your area right now. Pretty fast movement of the storm. Let me see if it's still moving as fast. Maybe not quite as fast as the original warning had set it out to be. That's moving into the Grafton area by 12:28. That seems to be like a good guesstimate there. And the Alvarado by 12:32. Cavalier, not on the list, but it's going to be really close to the outside edge of 12:45. So Argyle and Cavalier by about that time. So that is again, unfun, dusty wind event and dangerous. So let's take a look at our, I've got a tornado warning for Bemidji now. Okay, so we're going to go right there and kind of talk about what we got going on. Brand new tornado warning, radar indicated for the Bemidji area. It started near the Bagley area. That must be where the rotation's starting. See a little cutout in the storm there too. Let's go right to the velocity display so we can see what we're looking at here for spin and where it is. Folks, it's not common. It is not common to see tornadoes at the dark 30 hours here in the Northern Plains. But the setup tonight is one which is going to continue to feed these storms all night long. The hail won't be quite as big for all of us as it was when it started out, but we still have areas where these 60,000-foot towers, and they're building that high, the hail threat is pretty good. See the green and red dot here? It's right over the Bagley area, south of Solway. This is going to be right by the headwaters, south of Shevlin down there, we got that red and green right next to each other, moving off to the east. It's moving at 40 miles per hour. If you are in Bemidji, if you are in the lakes areas, the headwaters areas here, you want to seek shelter in that interior room of the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, I should say, moving at 40 miles per hour, folks. It's going to be in Bemidji pretty quickly. Solway, 12:35. The rotating storm will be along and south of your area. Wilton, it will be about 12:43. And Bemidji, it looks like 12:50. So in the next 20 minutes or so. Now is a good time if you're on the lakes area tonight, if you're camping at any of the lakes out there at the headwaters area. Please, please, please get out of campers, get out of tents and anything like that, and get yourself into something more sturdy. And Cass Lake as well until 1 o'clock in the morning. That tornado warning is in effect till 12:45. It's only a 15-minute warning, and the storm will be pushing into Bemidji by the end of the warning time. So that's one area of pretty intense or strong shear depicted by the Doppler radar, and we can see that there's a lot of the white earth there. Yeah, let me see. We do have white earth. There's some gusty winds heading towards Ogama right now, where you see the bright red. That's what I'm looking at. That's blowing right towards you and into white earth and Callaway. We do have some strong winds pushing into the DL area right now as well. So again, we look down to Kindred, south of Fargo. We see this bright inflow into the storm there, south of Horace. There's definitely a chance for some more shear right over Kindred and Davenport right now. That's what the radar is showing me from one radar. That's the Mayville radar. What Hutch is looking at is some shear and some spin blowing towards Horace and Mayville right here and away on this side where you see the bright red over Kindred. Now, that doesn't mean a tornado's on the ground. It just means we continue to see that shear or spin along the leading edge, and a tornado possible tag has been put on this severe thunderstorm warning for the area around Christine, Davenport, Kindred, and Comstock. We've been talking about that for a little bit. Now, what I do want to do is turn the radar view over to another radar and see if we still see in the same area the same shear. So sometimes you use what's called dual Doppler or two Doppler radars to confirm or deny what it is that you're seeing from the one. So let's go see if I can get my Aberdeen radar to confirm what's going on in the southern part of Cass County. Here we go. So does this see the Kindred area shear? Looks like it is there. Let's see what this is. Yeah. Yeah, there's still some shear there at that layer in that area near Kindred and Walcott. And also not far from Sabin. So there is some confirmation. How about near Barnesville as well? I see some outgoing next to some strong outgoing next to a little bit of ingoing too. So north of Barnesville, a chance of some of that. This is not gate to gate shear over Holly. That's something different. That is a little example of what I like to call it a rolling of the air, where you got wind blowing away at lower levels, and up above that, it's incoming just a little bit. So that's a rolling of the air, as how I like to interpret that. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the normal radar and show you the towns. Walcott, Kindred, that there must be a very strong updraft there, because that's where we still have that hail core potential. That south end of the storm seems to be lagging. We ought to be getting some just very heavy rainfall estimates over the FM area. Valley City, more wind is coming your way. The storms themselves, as far as hail concerned or anything like that, is a zero. Nope. But we do have a serious risk of gusty winds. We're still getting reports of the potential for 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts, and a 73 mile per hour gust measured a little over an hour ago. So there's some very strong wind gusts in the James River Valley and the Devil's Lake Basin happening in places at times. Bemidji tornado warning does continue. Hibbing, a line of, now those storms were 60,000 footers. Look what we got now. That updraft strong enough to punch that storm up to 60,000 feet, creating a pretty good hail core south of Hibbing, heading towards Virginia. These storms are generally moving at a clip of 45 miles per hour. Wind gusts to 70 miles per hour will be possible for those storms as they work their way off to the north and to the east. Again, very fast movement of those storms, and there's that hail potential with them. Look at what's going on, Ashland, and wow, look at all those beautiful islands out there at the Apostle Islands. Some strong storms firing, and will be moving towards you along a warm front. And along that warm front, we still have a tornado warning for you folks in the Bemidji area, Wilton, and areas south of Solway. Solway, you are in the tornado warning, but I do want you to seek shelter. Again, get out of mobile homes, get out of your campers, and seek shelter in a sturdy structure. Very gusty winds with this backward C shape that you see moving into Solway as well. So our storms continue in Fargo. If you do have some reports for me, I'd love to hear them. Let me go ahead and take a look at your reports. We'll keep the screen up here so you can see that, but I do need to catch up on data from everybody from the National Weather Service and beyond. Want to highlight Jamestown's been gusting over 80 for over an hour. Long duration winds are on the trailing side of the storm. So please keep that in mind. That's Jamestown. When this storm moves through Fargo, the wind gusts, and Grand Forks to boot, most of the area, not all the area, but much of the area will have the chance at those wind gusts to 80 or 90 mile per hour in the wake of the storm or the wake low. Terrible winds. We'll double check our power outage update for you as well. Recently issued a severe for 80 mile per hour winds occurring, long duration winds over Stutzman. Okay, let me see what's going on here from the Bismarck zone. Thank you for being patient with me. Okay, very good. Nothing new other than windy thunderstorms and a lot of hail pictures and stuff coming in. It looks like there was some damage on some lakes out there in different places as well. So our storms continue to be very dangerous. Strong and gusty winds. Flash flood warning has been issued for Cass and Clay County. Storms fall kind of stalling over the Fargo area. Some urban flooding going on, but it's a flash flood warning for the area. So I'll get you back to the radar. You can see the green box for the Norman and Ada area. I'm sure my radar here will catch up with that here when I open the screen back up. Here it is. Fargo, Moorhead, Dilworth, Glendon, Frontier, West Fargo, all the way up to Riley's Acres. A flash flood warning has been issued for the FM area. So if you're driving around town, there's going to be those typical spots where the flash flooding is taking place where the pumps can't keep up. So be careful and do not try to drive across fast-moving water or flooded streets. The heavy rain from the storms could also be causing some of those rural roads to undergo a lot of dangerous flooding as well. So please keep that in mind as you're driving around the metro area late tonight going through. Still some nasty looking stuff heading in. So now let me give you a little bit of a review for our area here and what Hutch is thinking as I take a look at this one more time. We are seeing these storms moving through Fargo, and they are kind of continuing down into Richland County. And they're cutting off, they look like they're cutting off not far from Wapaton, Breckenridge. All of this is moving here and in towards the areas near Wheaton and then pushing out towards Fergus Falls. So the northern reaches of Otter Tail County will have the best chance at seeing these windy thunderstorms. Fergus Falls, southern Otter Tail County is still going to be windy as this system is making its own winds, but the core is going to be this backward C shape that's making its way in here. Again, we got that interaction going on with the warm front right here and the storm along it causing tornado potential anywhere along that warm front until 3 o'clock tonight. But we do have the tornado warning right now, the Midgie, that's in effect for at least the next 10, 11 minutes or so. Pardon me. We do have a greater risk at this activity making its way eastward. So Otter Tail County, particularly the northern half, all of Becker County, if you are all the way off to the east in Wadena County, Todd County, the Brainerd Lakes area, so the Cass and Crow Wing County areas having a chance at seeing this activity move through. With that, if you're still watching, I will take a look at the forecast with you real quick and see if there's been any improvement on this model's rendition of what it thinks is going to happen. We see some development off to the east. You see the storm system here near Grand Forks. Not too bad of a start for this. This is only going to go out a few hours, but it's the most recent run. As we let it go through, it's carrying it all into northern Minnesota on this particular model. I'm going to look at another, the last good run of this model. And the last good run would have happened a little bit earlier. What do I mean by good? It's using sounding data, not modeled sounding data, but the actual balloon launch sounding data. This looks a lot like what we're seeing as we head into the late night hours. There's our windy thunderstorms moving through Fargo now as we go through the midnight hour, and these will blow into parts of western and northwest Minnesota as we go into the 1 o'clock time frame, the 2 o'clock time frame. Very quickly moving through. By 2 o'clock, it's through Red Lake Falls, it's through Thief River Falls, and it's heading off towards Grigla, Lake of the Woods, and Roseau counties getting the storm. Will it still be windy? You betcha. This one it's a full atmospheric system right now. That's a cluster of thunderstorms moving through. You can also see that it extends all the way down into eastern South Dakota as well. Okay, so these storms are continuing to move off to the east, and we do see them in the arrowhead of Minnesota as we go into the 7Z time frame, which is 2 a.m., 3 a.m. All but done except for the far northern reaches of the valley. If you're out at Rainy Lake all the way down into the Boundary Waters, going to get some windy thunderstorms tonight. Notice that the red's not as prominent, so the hail threat won't be there, but the wind, I think, absolutely will. Anyone camping in the North Shore tonight, if you have friends or if you know somebody, it's a good night to call them and tell them, text them and tell them, pay attention to the weather. Gusty winds tonight could be very, very dangerous. Those winds will gust from most locations from west to east across the region. That's what's going on with the forecast. Back to our tornado warning for Becker County, that's Beltrami County. Okay, that tornado warning does continue. It's only for a few more minutes. Let me get to the velocity so we can look at what's coming into Bemidji, Solway, and where the rotation is. I do see a backward C shape in the northern reaches of Hubbard County, Capicona Corner and points north, if I pronunciated that right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity. There we go. That's too far away from that radar for me to get anything good. Let's go back out to, that's why. Let's go to the Mayville radar, Hutch. Okay, thank you for your support. Thanks for sending stars, and it means an awful lot to me, and I appreciate each and every one of you who have supported me over the over a year now. Exciting announcements coming on Hutch's weather, by the way, in the very near future. But I do want to point out that the Mayville radar continues to show near the Bemidji area to Solway. The greens would be motioned towards the radar in Mayville, and the reds would be motion away. The rotating part of the storm and is what is basically right along Highway 2, Solway to Bemidji, right there. Cass Lake, new tornado warning. For this cell that's making its way towards Grand Rapids right now. Grand Rapids, there's a tornado warning for your area, just off to the west of you, by the way. This does include Cass Lake, Federal Dam, Bena, Squaw Lake, Deer River, and Big Fork, all in a tornado warning right now. The latest on that tornado warning storm is until 1:30, 1.25 inch hail potential. And look out Lake Winnebagoish and Deer River. That's in one I don't say every day. So again, Bemidji and points south, Solway and points south along the Highway 2 corridor, that rotating part of the thunderstorm still is evident there as that gusty, windy storm is working its way through your particular area. And again, I am going to effort to see if I've got some information on what you're seeing there, and if you're feeding me reports, because some of my dings are not just thanks, they're you giving me comments and maybe uploading some photos. So let me, weather service, flash flood warning. Okay, that's all we got there. All right, let me go back here. Thank you very much for all your photos. Boy, I see a lot. You guys are great. I don't even know if I can clear them all. Okay, I've got violent tornado photos. Please make sure that you're uploading photos that are yours and that you read the waiver that's on there. It's important because I'm not supposed to be showing other people's work. I hope this is your work. So thank you. And we'll go to see the tornadoes that hit tonight right now, and I'll do videos on this through the overnight to keep everybody updated with the storms. But essentially, our risk of storms is really going to continue overnight, but continue in northern Minnesota. I anticipate that I'll be on most of the night until about 2, 3 in the morning to keep everybody updated right here on Hutch's Weather. If you do have reports, stay with me. If you have friends that don't necessarily live here, but you think that they would appreciate the coverage, you can tag them in this and say, hey, if you need coverage, Hutch is here tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. Okay, what I'm doing is approving a bunch of photos so that I can share with you what in the heck happened tonight. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. Tornado warning, Beltrami, Minnesota. Beltrami County, I'm assuming. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. That is, just double checking. Yeah, Beltrami County, that continues. Okay, so let's get to it here. Oh my goodness. So we got another tornado warning now. Remember I said that was right along the Solway line? I think we got a couple areas sheer here near Wilton, Solway, and just near Bemidji. Tornado warning in effect. A lot of trees out there too. Don't even try to go out and chase this stuff or see what's going on. Seek shelter, interior room, get to the lowest floor. It's a nasty storm, a lot of wind gust. Wind gust potential is going to be upwards of 70 or 80 miles per hour. This radar indicated tornado is moving to the east at 53 miles per hour. Again, Wilton, Solway, and Bemidji, a new tornado warning until 1:15 this morning for a lot of rotation just along and north of Bemidji, likely over Lake Bemidji and on the north side of town as you go out towards Turtle River. That will be heading in your general direction as well. So brand new tornado warning that carries all the way up to Black Duck, and those areas. 10 strike is on the path there and in the path of that particular storm as well. So brand new tornado warning for you folks in Bemidji watching from there. Detroit Lakes, expect that wind gust to really start picking up here if it hasn't already. It's right on the doorstep. Lake Park likewise. Gusty straight line winds have exceeded, 90 miles per hour tonight in some places. And some of this wind could last into the wee morning hours because behind this line that moves through now, you normally expect the storm to quiet down when it goes away, but on the backside, we're seeing another gusty wind event going on called a wake low. That's coming in right here. So I'm drawing with my pencil There it is, my crayon. That's the wake low. There are very gusty winds rolling right back in through Carrington, Jamestown. We've still got 80-mile-per-hour winds in Jamestown. Let's go ahead and take a look now at our power outage map. So I'm going to go back to that right now and keep you updated on what's going on with that. Stutsman County was the worst shape in North Dakota moments ago. We got Minnesota joining the fray. Minnesota has some power outages going on right now. Where is it? Oh, look at this. Polk County. You have 3,500 customers without power in Polk County. We do have Norman County with 1,100 without power, and Monoman County, 2,300 without power. In Becker County, we have 2,300 people without power approximately there as well. So that is a look at what's going on in that particular area. Let's see if I can go back to North Dakota now. Okay, so in Stutsman County, we're up to over 9,000. Barnes County, 2,500. Griggs, 1,100, 1,200 people without power. Nelson, 800 people without power. In Wells County, 600 people without power. How about Morton County? 2,500 still without power in Morton County. Now that wind is continuing to blow to 88 miles per hour or so in the Stutsman County area near Jamestown. So, it's kind of relentless and difficult to get out and fix any power lines if they're on trees have fallen on such. So it's a problem there. 1,200 customers without power in Trail County. And as far as Cass County goes, there's 5,000 people without power in Cass County. Down to the south in Ransom County, we do have 1,900 people in Ransom County near Lisbon without power. So that's what we see with the power outage map right now, as our storms that are very, very windy are causing some issues there as well. And let's take a look. I got to erase my Crayola and put the crayon in the crayon box. Okay. All right. Here's what we got. West of Fargo, including Barnes County and the Valley City area, all the way up to Cooperstown and Findlay, we do have a thunderstorm warning in effect, and Jamestown still in a thunderstorm warning. Northern parts of Stutsman County in a thunderstorm warning. Northern parts of Kidder County in a thunderstorm warning out west. And this is for the gusty winds that continue on the backside of the storm. So still gusting to over 80 miles per hour in those neck of the woods. Well, what do we got here? Looks like tree damage, 6-inch to 10-inch diameter trees down in Valley City by a train spotter. And we do have 80-mile-per-hour wind report as of 11:05, so a while ago, that was out in Lemoore County as well. So tornado warnings continue. Bemidji also out here in the Deer River area. If you are in Deer River, Squaw Lake, and actually if you are in the Grand Rapids area, there'll be a chance that rotating thunderstorm will work its way towards you. It looks like sheer in the Big Fork area. I'm not switching over to Duluth area radar just yet. I need to keep my eyes on the Bemidji area. Turtle River, you're in that tornado warning, and that thing is moving right up into your general direction. So keep that in mind if you are up north of Bemidji for tonight. Gusty winds, what are you seeing? Let me get your reports right now. So I'm going to put this back on the normal radar data here that I call normal radar data. This is an abnormal night for sure for our area. Not unprecedented, but it's been busy. Your photos, let's start with that. Your photos, gosh, thank you so much for uploading to my site. I've tried to keep up tonight with what's going on. Flying solo here in Minneapolis with a little bit of help on the side, and I couldn't do it without it. So let's take a look. Kendra, Medina, look at that lightning strike. Oh, that tree, ouch. You know, lightning is one of those things that I get more nervous about than anything, because I can move out of the way of a tornado if I see it coming, but that lightning doesn't give you time to do so. More lightning here. Thank you so much, Laura, for uploading this in Macintosh. Wow, lighting up the sky, that heat lightning at night, we call it. You can see it from a distance. Here you go. This is a violent tornado, Xander W, cone tornado east of Jamestown, North Dakota, that was taken earlier near Spiritwood. Look at the size of that huge tornado. Thank you, Xander, for sharing and uploading your photo to hutchesweather.com. Bernadine Hess, sharing this. This was northwest of Hawley. Looks like at 10:04, and it's kind of a scary looking cloud there. It's really kind of hard to determine what you got going on there. And Bernadine, I don't know if it was rotating or not, but I sure appreciate the scary looking cloud picture. Those are Mamatis clouds. If you've seen the lumpy bumpies, you know. Micah, thank you for the North Fargo photo taken a little while ago. And then as we take a look here, let's see, it's waiting. Yeah, scroll down and see what we got. This one might have been, oh my goodness, look at this. South Bismarck. Thank you, Josh. Look at that. That is the mothership moving into South Bismarck there. That is one monster supercell. It almost looks like a corkscrew here. We call those striations as the wind wraps up and around the storm and the rotating thunderstorm does its rotating, making that corkscrew appearance what it is. Amazing look at this mothership here as well. Josh from South Bismarck, thank you so much for uploading your photos from a distance. Cullum, wow, look at that. Justin, thank you so very much. That's a pancake up there in the sky. Just need to pass the maple syrup. Oh, wow, look at this that is a supercell shape to that little carved out cumulonimbus cloud that's rising up quickly. Mapleton, Chad, cool photo. That's a unique shot there. Nathan, thank you so very, very much for sharing your photo here. And that is definitely a cool cloud picture. More cool clouds by Sandra. Wow, Ada, with those Mamatis clouds. Tom, thank you. And I think those are some that we saw just a little bit earlier. So I'll tell you what's going on. Hutch has got to take a little bit of a break. It won't be long. Tornado warning does continue for our viewers in that Bemidji area and also out towards Grand Rapids. These storms are moving east at 46 miles per hour to 50 miles per hour. Gusty straight line winds are punching into Detroit Lakes, Rothsay, Fergus Falls. I'm not leaving you. I need to take a break. So that's exactly what I've got to do. Grafton Park River, no more warning for you or Grand Forks. But what we do got to watch is this swirling area on the backside. I almost see that comma shape to it. It doesn't look like it's terrible hail or pinks in the radar near Macville. It's not. Low top thunderstorms on the backside of this and terrible wind wrapping around this complex of thunderstorms called a derecho, a long duration wind event going on right now. Jamestown, I think you may be bearing most of the brunt of it right now. Now, between Fargo and Grand Forks, there is a chance for these prolonged winds to move over our area as we go through the overnight. And it does look like to Hutch that at present time, and from what models are showing, the greatest risk for the damaging thunderstorms is going to move through northern Minnesota, not southern Minnesota. There's a little tail moving through Morris or towards Morris and into the Sisseton area right now, where it was just moments ago 84 degrees. So still a lot of heat, humidity, and sticky in the air. Do you see this little kidney bean shaped thing here in Otter Tail County? It's kind of like a little finger dangling down from Detroit Lakes. That's concerning to me. Because on the south side of these storms, they have more unfettered access to the inflow from the south. And if indeed in this cluster of thunderstorms, that's what's going on, that would be where our tornado threat would be the greatest. So I'm going to look at that real quick. And it's not to scare you. It's just what I'm talking my way through the storm coverage tonight to keep an eye on what is interesting and what bears concern and watching. So this is one of the areas that I believe to match that. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Otter Tail County from Fergus Falls and points north. Little difficult to see what's going on here on the velocity display, but that is the finger hanging down. And in there, we've got some winds blowing toward the radar and winds blowing away from the radar. But I don't see anything organized like I would expect to in a classic supercell thunderstorm that is rotating counterclockwise. Take a look at this area here near LaPorte, Park Rapids, and points north. I do believe there is some spin and some shear on the area of that looks like it's pretty doggone close to Cabatoga corner there on 71, north of Park Rapids, south of Bemidji. All right. I need to take a break. I'm going to do that right now. Severe thunderstorms continue. Tornado threat does continue tonight, particularly along the warm front in the Minnesota side where we have air in the 80s still pushing up into these thunderstorms and feeding them. On the backside, it's gusty straight line winds that continue still in Jamestown with reports of 60 to 80, even 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Flash flood warnings for Beltrami and Fertile and Ada and Fargo-Moorhead. That's the latest. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I do appreciate your trust in covering your weather, and I appreciate your support right here on Hutch's Weather and Hutch'sWeather.com. I will be back momentarily.